dear guests, welcome at the Prague European Summit. My name is Aneta Zachová and I am Editor-in-Chief of Euractiv Czech Republic, and I am very happy that I can be your guide throughout the program of this year of Prague European Summit. As you all know, the Czech Republic is currently holding the presidency in the Council of the European Union, and this event is it's a side event of the Czech presidency of the European Union. Of course, these days there are many events taking place in Prague or in Brussels that are somehow related to the Czech Republic, but what I want to say is that Prague European Summit is somehow special. Special for me personally, because several years ago I started here as a hostess, waiting for speakers at the airport, taking them to the venue place and showing them the venue, Prague and so on. And this year I'm standing here as the main moderator of the event. But of course, this special feeling about the Prague European Summit is not only my personal, but I hope that all of you have the similar feelings. And it is mainly because of the hard work of the organizers who are standing behind the Prague European Summit, who are really showing long-term efforts, taking together people from governments, people from academia, people from civil society, journalists and other stakeholders that are crucial for dialogue about the European Union and about the European policies. And as we all know, during these times when we have a terrible war on the European continent, dialogue is, I think, more needed than in previous days. So I would like to tell you something more about the organization of this Prague European Summit. Behind this great event, which is taking place in this beautiful Liechtenstein Palace, is standing the Institute of International Relations in Prague and the European Institute for European Policy. And this year, this year's summit is also taking place with cooperation with the government's office of the Czech Republic. Thanks to the government, the event can take place here in Liechtenstein Palace with this wonderful view, river view and Charles Bridge view. So we are very thankful for the government of the Czech Republic that they provided us with this venue. Now we will start with the official program of the Prague European Summit. Before we start with the words of welcome and the first panel discussion, please sit back and relax a bit, because we will launch the event with art, with artificial performance, which will be given by the Music and Dance Faculty of the Academy of Performing Art in Prague, which is one of the best music academies in the Czech Republic. So we will at first hear the art. We will hear the music of these artists, and then we will proceed with the program. So I would like to invite here our great artists, and yeah, the floor is yours, and enjoy their performance. Thank you. thank you. Thank you very much for this wonderful performance, and thank you for tuning us for the upcoming discussions, because this afternoon there are many topics to be discussed, beginning with the EU's geopolitics and geoeconomics, proceeding with topics like Fit for 55 or digitalization, twin transformation, and so on. So the program of this afternoon is super busy, and we will discuss all these topics till the evening. And yeah, the main, let's say, motto of this summit is leading the digital and the green and digital future. And as I said, I think that this summit is a leading platform to discuss not only green and digital future, but also other topics which are super important when we are talking about the future of Europe and future EU policies. And now it's time to listen to words of welcome from the organizers. I would like to welcome here on the stage directors of institutes that are responsible for this wonderful event. So let me invite here two first speakers for their opening remarks. I would like to introduce you Mr. Ondřej Dietrich, Director of the Institute of International Relations in Prague, and also Mr. Martin Vokálek, Executive Director of European Institute for European Policy. So please, if you can come here, and the floor is yours for your welcoming speech, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Aneta. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, every Prague European Summit that I've had the pleasure of opening over the past years was taken in the middle of crisis of some sort. We've had plenty of those indeed: migration, COVID, crisis of political authority, energy, and last but not least, profound crisis of the continental security order that unreels in the world of growing power competition, disruption of global flows that underlie the models of prosperity for so many, fragmentation of international law, weakening ordering practices, and respect for even the most fundamental norms of international society. The crisis came in a series, and now they're piled one onto another in what some call a polycrisis. And this polycrisis tests European unity and resilience. It tests the performance and legitimacy of our political institutions. It tests our solidarity and responsibility as the fabric on which open societies are built and on which they are sustained. The stakes could not be higher. And at this difficult time, the Czech Republic took the steering wheel of the Union, and I dare say that it has, by and large, gained respect in this role, contributing to the competent navigating of the European Union through today's perilous waters. It's this respect and competence that makes even smaller states great. And it's my hope we'll continue to show it even when the presidency is over, and spend the precious form of capital wisely to promote our values and interests in what most certainly will be an increasingly challenging environment for a state of our size and of our place. For that, we need a coherent vision of success as the Czech Republic and as the European Union. The European Union will need to change. It will enlarge to the east, even if it takes time. And the enlargement will need to come hand in hand with institutional reform to make the EU more actionable, even as it grows to include Ukraine and others in the fold. This will not be an easy feat, but to pretend that it can be avoided is simply foolish. Rather, we need to think hard and long how to make that change so that it preserves the best of the European Commonwealth and provides it, and by extension the member states, with the means to security, prosperity, and freedom in unity. This is one vision we need how to move forward with the European project. I'm very pleased that tonight we will celebrate a man, a statesman, who has carried and conveyed European vision throughout his life. And I can hardly think of anyone from Central Europe who would deserve the Vision of Europe Award more at this time. But we'll also need practical solutions that will allow the EU to pass through the multiple Skylas and Charybdis of today. The Prague European Summit has been, I'm pleased to say, the established and proven platform for these practical debates. Looking at the program, this year promises nothing else. We're going to have discussions about EU geoeconomics against the background of multiple disruptions in global flows, their restructuring to ensure the Union's strategic resilience. We're going to talk about how the twin systemic challenge of climate change and emerging disruptive technologies transform the lives of our societies and how to make them adapt and to become more resilient while maintaining social peace and justice, as some industries, including transport, are going through inevitable dramatic change. We're going to talk about how best achieve the climate targets, how Europe can benefit most, even lead on the green and digital transformation, how its industrial strategy can position it vis-à-vis Washington and Beijing, or how it can guide positive transitions in its neighborhood. We cannot avoid the war on aggression unleashed by the Russian state against Ukraine, of course. And we will focus specifically on how it makes and remakes the state that bravely defends itself against the Kremlin's militant revisionism and what it means for the European Union. We'll talk about Belarus too, and the prospects for that unfortunate country whose transition after the fall of the Soviet Union took the turn to the current state of hopelessness. I am looking forward to hearing, as in the past, a lot of practical ideas on these and other issues. That's the Prague European Summit's trademark, after all. It's only with these ideas, together with a clarity of vision, ambition to act in concert, even without seeking to or being forced to becoming alike, the same, but recognizing the community of fate that we share on this continent faced with its critical challenges. Strategic foresight rather than imprisonment in the present moment, and maintaining the pluralism that makes our open societies strong and resilient, rather than losing the sense what the values that we now rightly need to defend are. It's only with all of these, I believe, that European democracies can make it through the current polycrisis and not become, admittedly, over the long term, a forlorn periphery to a multifaceted great power conflict resulting from unmanaged change in global politics. To act successfully on the challenges that are on our menu, so to say, EUs and PES alike, is a long run. That's why we believe, and it is another PES trademark, that debates about these challenges must involve the younger generation. There is a number of good reasons for that, but perhaps the most important one is it is their world, the shape of which is now being decided by what we do, and it should be our shared responsibility. This is why Prague European Summit has for years, and this edition again is no different, been complemented by the Future European Leaders Forum. In conclusion, let me thank everyone who has made this conference possible, whether it's our partners, sponsors, experts, the project team, the interns, the musicians. I'm truly grateful for everyone's indispensable contribution and tireless effort. I'm sure it will pay off. Thank you, enjoy the debates, and with that, I wish to pass the mic to Martin, representing our partner organization, European. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ondřej. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe is entering a new geopolitical era, where our validity and prosperity depend on our ability to unite in our diversity rather than fragment. This new era is green and digital, and Europe has a unique opportunity to achieve a leadership position in these areas. However, it requires our firm and continuous effort. So please, I hope you will allow me to use the motto of the Czech presidency from Václav Havel's speech, Europe as a task, and say that if we are able to overcome current crises and further strengthen Europe, which is united in our common values, we all must understand Europe as a long-term task. It is my hope that we will continue using the Prague European Summit as one of the regular platforms to focus on the Central and Eastern European needs and perspectives on how to work on this long-term task responsibly and proactively, even after the Czech presidency. Thus, it is our pleasure to thank Prague European Summit team and other colleagues from European and IIR who worked hard whole year to make this conference a reality. But all these efforts will not materialize without our partners, who are in many cases with us for a very long time and whose support is fundamental. So I would like to thank the main partners of Prague European Summit 2022, who are the government of the Czech Republic, representation of the European Commission in the Czech Republic, Hans Seidel Stiftung, European Investment Bank, City of Prague, Stratos Auto, and EIT Urban Mobility. Also, it's my pleasure to thank all the main media partners who are Czech Television, EU Observer, Radio Free Europe, Hospodářské noviny, and we are also very grateful to many other partners and supporters of the summit. Last but not least, as the Prague European Summit aims to regularly contribute to the discussions about the EU and its future, it would not be possible without you all here. Hence, we would like to thank you all for being here with us, either physically or watching us virtually, representing the public and private sector, civil society, and academia, and bringing your perspectives and ideas on how to tackle current challenges and lead the European and European citizens to a green and digital future. Once again, thank you and welcome to the Prague European Summit 2022.
Thank you very much for these pleasant words and for emphasizing the role of the Prague European Summit and also putting this event into the European global context. I think it's very important to bear all this information in mind because when we are discussing about all these issues that were mentioned, we need to take in mind all the context that was mentioned here with the war in the edge of Europe, let's say, and with let's say, look at the future of the European Union that hopefully in next year will enlarge. So thank you very much, organizers, for these nice words about the perspectives of Europe. And now it's time to start with the first panel discussion. We will start with the topic of the EU geoeconomics after the Russian-Ukrainian war. Before, let me only tell you a few organizational words. This year you can, of course, join the discussion and you can use it, you can do it via Slido application. In the materials you got from the organizers, you can find a leaflet where are all the details, how you can find the application, how you can ask your questions. It's the website Slido, and you can find this event under hashtag PES, PES 2022. So there you can find the discussion and you can ask questions via this application. So that's from the organizational part, let's say, and now I would like to invite the moderator and speakers of the first event, and I would like to pass the floor to them. So I would like to ask Mr. Ondřej Houska to come here, because Ondřej Houska is the moderator of the first panel discussion. For those who are from the Czech Republic, I think that I don't have to introduce you, Ondřej, because we are all reading his articles and analyses. And for those who are from abroad, Ondřej is one of the leading Czech journalists who are covering EU policies. So I'm glad that I can welcome Ondřej here, and I would like to also ask the speakers of the first panel to join us here and to take their seats. So please, if you can come here. And yeah, so we will start with the first discussions, and I will now pass the floor to my colleague Ondřej Houska from Hospodářské noviny. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Does it work? Because we were not instructed how to use the mic, if we should switch it on or if it's already switched on. So hopefully it works. Thank you so much, Aneta. I'm happy that I'm one of the leading Czech journalists dealing with the EU, since there are maybe 3 of us. It's not that difficult, but anyway, it's a pleasure and a compliment, of course. So as said, the first panel is entitled "The EU's Geoeconomics After the Russian-Ukrainian War." Honestly, this morning I Googled the word geoeconomics. What does it mean? Because I guess that it can mean many things to many people. And according to Wikipedia, one of the possible definitions is that geoeconomics is the study of the interrelations of economics, geography, and politics. So whatever that means, I think that we'll be talking, among other things, about if and how the EU should use its immense economic power as the biggest trading bloc in the world to achieve political and geopolitical goals. And we have a distinguished panelists, of course, starting with Belén Martínez Carbonell, who's managing director for global agenda and multilateral relations at the European External Action Service. Professor Katarina Volčuk from Chatham House and the University of Birmingham. Jaroslav Kurfirs, who's Czech Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs for European Affairs. And Ondřej Dittrich, whom you know already. He's the director of the Institute of International Relations. As mentioned by Aneta, please ask your questions. We'll be super happy to answer them. Use Slido with the hashtag PS2022 and then and select a room with the name of this panel, and then please ask your questions. So we have about an hour. So let me start with a general point about the current environment. Of course, we are living in the context of the Russian aggression and China's policies more and more assertive. So my question is the EU in this context, is the EU becoming, as mentioned in the panel, a decisive geoeconomic power, or are we still very far from that? Ms. Martínez Carbonell, please start.
You know, thanks a lot, and thanks a lot to the Czech presidency and the organizers for this interesting event and for inviting me to attend. I would like to take us a bit to where Andre, that's your name, was starting early on, is that this discussion is going to be rightly so about the post-Russian invasion world, but we need to keep in mind what the world before 24th February was. And there were many other crises that were already bringing Europe into a change mindset. I mean, we were recovering from COVID. We were addressing what Secretary General Guterres calls the triple planetary crisis, which is climate, pollution, and biodiversity loss. And through all of that, we had already clicked that the internal external boundaries of our policy making had been blurred and disappeared. And if you read the US national security strategy just came out, is one of their points that they make. So I think there was already a change going on in European politics, and all this has just accelerated. It's a sign of a response to the Russian aggression on Ukraine. So one of the rare silver linings of all of this is that Europe has sped up its adjusting of its policy making to address the challenges that are accelerated and emphasized by the crisis. So that, to me, it's very important to keep in mind. But indeed, Russia's war of aggressions in Ukraine has affected the EU position in the global markets. It has affected because it had a devastating effect on our economy. It has had a devastating effect on the world economy. But I do think that Europe has reacted to all of this better than many people would have bet on a few years ago. And because we learned from the lessons of COVID, and we were very creative through COVID on financial responses and united responses, and we've taken this to that. So we have immediately tried to respond to the food crisis, and we have organized the solidarity lanes, which is again an internal, external, foreign policy, economic response to a very acute need for the European continent, for the world, and that has been important. The world is watching us. And on energy, we have done super amazing things. And a third strand of two more strands of actions where I think has been important is on we have been addressing the rising debt burdens. So the proposals that the European Commission has put forward today, and they're going to be discussed in the coming weeks about how to redo the work, I mean, the European debt, how to have a new approach to European financial gaps, and also how we've been working and how to address the world debt burdens. Because something we see in the aftermath of the Russian aggression, in the aftermath of the COVID, is that Europe and the Western world luckily has margin in its economic cushion to address some of these challenges the rest of the world has not. And we have been, again, supportive of those out there that are ready to change the international financial institutions and the way it works. So I think that overall EU has been quite reactive and proactive. This being said, I want to leave with you immediately some positive message, is that despite all of this, EU and the perception that some might have that we're going in through difficult times because of the Russian aggression, so that China economic power is undermining us, the EU is still ranked first since more than a decade as the first trade power in the world. And I think that's something on which we have to capitalize. That's the positive side. The other positive side is that we have sharply and speedily curtailed our reliance from Russia. And that is something positive that we will take with us for the next years. Our dependence from China, on the contrary, is probably more than we wished. And there we need to do better, but there are certain limitations of reality. We have a dependence on raw materials and on rare earth materials from from China that undermine our wish to become totally energy independent from Russia and to complete our green transition. I can give you some examples. China still accounts for 90% of our magnesium needs, 90% of our rare earth requirements, 80% of the solar panels, and that is something to bear in mind. So economically, we haven't done as much in terms of our independence from China as we are doing in energy terms and politically disconnecting from Russia. I could continue, but maybe I'll leave it there and then.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Professor Volchuk. Are we becoming a decisive geoeconomic power or not yet?
Should work. Thank you so much. The answer, as usual, sitting on the fence, is yes and no. And I think when we talk about the EU, we really have to differentiate between the institutions and the member states. And it's the question of one Europe or several. And I think in terms of the difficulties and process, I think it's very important to realize that the EU is a victim of its own success story in terms of overcoming wars, conflict, and rivalries on the European continent, and developing this post-geopolitical and identity in terms of what we've achieved in Europe can be spread beyond. And it takes some tectonic shifts to realize that actually the world outside is not as benign as we would like it to be. And especially when we talk about globalization, other countries like China and Russia talked about sovereign globalization, that it's a one-way street in terms of actually making the EU dependent in energy or economic terms, and through this building political leverage vis-à-vis the countries. And although I've been working on the East, especially on Russia, but also some work on China for a long time, and we know that this has been coming. If we watched what's been happening in Moldova, not on Ukraine, but Moldova or Armenia, we would have known that this is coming. And we've known, but it has been, in a way, in slow motion. But because the leverage is such that our interests, European and national interests, are so dependent, that costs are too high, not for Europe as a whole, but very often for individual member states or even individual regions or sort of companies inside the EU. So the EU is at its best, paradoxically, when it has to go outside its comfort zone. And this has happened with the shock because of the war. So what we've seen, this scrambling to deliver, despite the massive and full agenda already. It's almost, if you want something done, give it to a busy person or a busy institution. And that's the EU. The agenda was full already, and suddenly things which were not possible. I was sitting in so many events on Nord Stream 2, and every single panel always finished with the same. We know it is risky, but we have no choice. We have to go ahead. So we cannot do it until we have to do it. So this is the situation. So we are learning, we are adapting, we are catching, but we are also Europe of different speeds. And in a way, it's easier vis-a-vis Russia because the tectonic, this tsunami is happening, so we know we have to do it. But with China, we are still in a bit of sort of slumber that it's like climate change, it's coming, but it's not quite there, so we still have time to think about it. So this is Europe is in the process of catching up. We're not quite there, but at least we are using the right language and starting to talk the talk. And that's in Europe, that's the most important step that we have to take.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Kurfürst. Does the Czech Republic wish that the EU becomes a decisive geo-economic power? Because Czech Republic has traditionally been a champion of free trade, promoting free trade deals, EU ex-free trade deals all around the world. To become geo-economic power, you probably have to use defensive instruments also, which one might call protectionist, which is something that Czechia has been traditionally totally against. So what's the Czech view?
Thank you so much for that question. My answer, I will give you my answer. I don't think that the Czech government took a position on the geo-economic position of the European Union. My answer is yes. And I would say this answer is very connected with the character of the European Union, because your previous question, whether the EU is the geo-economic power, it's also yes. That's the reality. Because the European Union, well, let's define what is geo-economics. There is economy, which is about the profit, but geo-economy is different. This is using the economic tools for the geopolitical goals. So sometimes that particular project we are investing in is not economically interesting in the short run, but it's important for your security or for maybe the longer run goals, etc. So in that respect, the EU is basically having in the DNA the geoeconomics. How the EU was about to be created, steel and coal was put together. This is a geoeconomical move. The atomic energy was put together, the internal market, and the common currency. Of course, it's cheaper and economic-wise is interesting, but this is a geo-economic move. So basically, EU is a geo-economic power, definitely yes. And but what is the difference between the EU and, let's say, China or the authoritarian regimes like Russia? Always there should be the economic logic behind the geo-economic project. So you come, let's say, to, I will not name, but to one country, and there is a China state construction company building the highway. Well, I don't know whether that highway is really economically feasible. That's maybe the interest of geoeconomics. The EU is able to combine that, and it's been quite successful in that. Of course, if you look back, there are some internal geoeconomical projects for the EU building itself, but also some external policies. Let's take free trade area agreement or free trade agreements. Let's take the DCFTA and the Eastern Partnership. Eastern Partnership as such is a geoeconomic project, I would say quite successful geoeconomic project, which was much more attractive for democratic countries in the Eastern neighborhood than Euro-Asian Union, which would be maybe another geoeconomic project. But EU is now in this new environment, which is so densely drawn into the geopolitics, learning how to use also the restrictive geoeconomical tools, sanctions, de-swifting of banks, all kinds of embargoes. So many things which are, of course, connectivity and, for example, the energy, solidarity, common platforms for the purchase of the energy, all kinds of mechanisms, third energy package, interconnectors. This is all to the geo-economic reaction on Russia cutting the gas 2006 and 2009, and then aggression to Ukraine for the first time in Crimea 2014, and then now. So my answer is yes, because the EU is a geo-economic project as such.
Okay, we in this country, I think we have quite a tradition of building projects that are not economically feasible, but that's another story. Andrzej Dietrich, your take.
Okay, I'll go with a safe response. So not yet, but I think there is a significant potential, and it should not be wasted, of course. And to do that, we need to square one very small, simple circle to strike a good balance between maintaining the benefits of the interconnected world on one hand and reducing the risks that interdependence entails. We don't want to deglobalize. We don't want to be isolated. Our economic models are not based on that. But we need to have means in place to deal with disruptions. We need to expect that these disruptions will continue to protect critical assets and supply chains. This is what economic resilience is about, in my understanding. We need to defend against coercive economic diplomacy. And I think we've shown that this is a positive story for me. We've shown that we are capable of that vis-a-vis Russia, that we don't get intimidated. And we need to think in long term. And we also need geo-economic clout in our external relations, because we live in the world where dependencies are increasingly weaponized, when the sense prevails that critical value chains must be protected in the increasingly competitive geopolitical environment. We live in the time of resurgent sovereignty, which manifests itself in many forms, including tendencies to neo-mercantilism. So we have economic neoliberalism being challenged by these neo-mercantilist policies. And it is in this context I understand that the geo-economic turn has been originally proclaimed, though so far mostly related to US-China competition. And we now try even to kind of define conceptually what we mean by European geo-economic power. But to follow on very briefly on this external dimension, how do I see this geo-economic cloud that the EU should have to develop? I think we should succeed in marginalizing Russia in the third markets, in Africa, in the post-Soviet space, and we have the geopolitical plan in place now, and I very much hope that it comes to fruition. We need to engage the middle powers, challenging as it may be, India, Turkey, Latin America, including to prevent the, say, regime leakage, as we academics say, in the sanctions regime, to mitigate the costs that it imposes on us while maximizing the cost that it imposes on the target state, the Russian Federation in this case. And last but not least, and this is of course not a pickle either, we, I think, need to have more clarity on China. As part of this broader rebalancing in Asia or Indo-Pacific, what Josep Borrell calls the new center of gravity, and there's a good point to be made there, because that's where 60% of the global GDP is produced. It accounts for 2/3 of the global growth, and it produces some very key components that keep the digital economy running, including the semiconductors that have been mentioned. I just read a few days ago that the chips from Taiwan now account for 37% of world's new computing power every year. And with China, we have this familiar triangle of rival, competitor, and partner. But my question is, can it really be so neatly compartmentalized anymore? And isn't it just too convenient to stay in this triangle, in this suspension of these three principles? It seems to me that Chancellor Scholz, judging on his recent visit to China, still tries for some sort of balancing act with China. But I think the winds are changing here as well. First, because Germany and the United States no longer are on the opposite end of the trade balance. Germany doesn't have a surplus in trade with China anymore due to flattening exports and a surge in Chinese exports the other way around.
And sure, the sudden loss of 2.5 or 2.7, the GDP share out of China exports as a result of some sort of sudden decoupling would hurt Germany a lot. But it's not like economists like Adam Tooze have argued about this, quite recently. It's not like exports to China are kind of a major driver of economic growth of Germany as the European economic powerhouse anymore. And actually the same seems to go for Russian gas, actually. On that note, I would like to end. I think that to have geo-economic clout means to be able to provide good offers and also to have certain expectations regarding our partners. And I think the EU has managed to put some very good offers on the table. The Global Gateway, to create smart, clean, and secure links. The Indo-Pacific Strategy 2021, which stresses, among other things, the local benefits, ownership of digital connectivity. But I think there is more to be done in terms of convincing our allies or potential allies, that playing by the rules, having good governance in place, and going green and clean is the gateway to a prosperous future. And while our unnamed systemic competitors may offer, short-term benefits, not to the whole societies, but to some, who happen to be in the decision-making capacity. And there is intrinsic value in equal, say, non-predatory relationship. But we also need to be empathic, I think. When we speak about geopolitical or geo-economic Europe, I don't think that it can be received so well in some parts of the world, especially as we are simultaneously engaged in this battle of narratives in which Russia falsely, of course, capitalizes on its non-colonial or even counter-colonial identity. So that's where I stop for now. Thank you.
Before we go to Slido and to your questions, which you can still ask through this platform, let me ask probably the last question here from the podium. And please be very brief in your replies, starting this time with Professor Volchuk. If you want to be a decisive power, you have to have common goals, common strategy. You have to be united in all this. Is the EU... does the EU possess that sort of strengths, or are any institutional changes needed, like this famous QMV in foreign policy, etc.? Briefly, please.
Yes, I think all the key words we've said here, in terms that we tend to, unity is one of them, and we tend to compartmentalize. We think something is politics, something is trade or investment. And one thing that we need to do is really sort of joined up thinking in terms of how we think our partners, our competitors don't have this sort of silos. They think an integrated way, not only in the Chinese policy vis-a-vis the EU, but also, for example, in Africa. Whereas we have our normative identity as a force for good, and we take it for granted. Whereas China and Russia are much more effective to working with local partners and ensuring that they provide incentives and sticks, whatever is needed. So in terms of actually unity vis-a-vis the actors in bilateral relations, but also internationally. And from that point of view, I cannot see that. I can see good intentions and the narrative emerging, but there is a lot divide and rule. And if we look, for example, how is Lithuania treated by China and how is Germany treated? And we can see actually basically China courting large German business in order to persuade them that they can have a privileged access to the Chinese market. So divide and rule is something that we are not resilient to. And if one member state agrees to do something, this provides an incentive to another state to lower the barrier, basically entry barrier, and to go for certain cooperation which they may not be otherwise so inclined. So from that point of view, we have, vis-a-vis Russia, for a long time, we had two Europes. One Europe was sort of Eastern and Central Europe, when one set of rules applied, and the rest was from basically Germany to the West, Second Europe. And we thought they were separated. We've seen now the same toolbox, which was developed and applied to the post-Soviet countries, was rolled out to the West. Now we have two, so we have one Europe insofar as Russia is concerned. With China, we have still two Europes. One is Montenegro and Lithuania, another, for example, is Germany. Will they be, at which point there will be sort of, that dependence will be weaponized? We don't know, but for the time being, we are definitely, from my point of view, not quite ready, not least because of short-term costs. And we are beginning to talk the talk, but in terms of actually policy making, we are not yet quite there. And especially when it comes, for example, when it comes to Chinese investment in the EU member states. So there is a lot of homework to do, but at least as the starting point is that we are realizing, and hopefully things will become more united and resilient before another tsunami shock happens.
We can go back to this point later, of course, but I see that there are quite a few questions coming up on Slido, so you have the precedence, of course. So let me ask the first one, which is, how could we have effective EU geoeconomics without a real EU foreign policy? Who wants to reply? Huh? Of course, we have, you represent the EU foreign policy, but we all know that it has its limitations. So how would you reply?
First of all, I think that the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And if what we have put together in response to Russian aggression is not foreign policy, then what is foreign policy? So, I mean, with all due respect to all the debate about the beauty of the qualified majority voting, in fact, what is more important is the political will. And you can have all the mechanisms, process that you wish, and all the nice words in the treaty. If there isn't a joint political will of the EU 27, then you will not have a foreign policy, you will not have a common resolute. And I think that when the time has come, and this has happened in the last months, the European leaders have proven their resolve. It could have been softer, it could have been smoother, but I think part of the beauty is that of the EU project is that we invest so much into reaching our consensus that when we get there, we're super strong, and that we can see vis-a-vis the world. I mean, you take the US foreign policy, and you know they get into the electoral cycle, and the country is paralyzed for a year. We have elections that are going on. There's always an EU country is going to be in an election cycle, and still the machine goes on, and we manage to overcome all of that, to overcome our differences, and we don't say, but we make it. It's European foreign policy in the making. There were references earlier to how to address the dependencies from Russia, from China, and the economic kind of aggressive agenda of China. We have built instruments. We have the foreign direct investment screening, which we are working on a daily basis, and we are screening investments in Europe from, among others, China, since a little time already. We have the anti-coercive instrument, which, if it all goes well, will be cleared right now in the parliament. So we are building the system to address those problems with we can. And when necessary, we fast-track it, as we did with the consequence of the Russian aggression. What we've achieved in the UN, the support that the EU has galvanized in the UN in support of Ukraine, because as you know, all these votes in the UN is the EU has been acting as a facilitator for Ukraine, has been impressive. So I think it's time to move to action, and you know, and that be more efficient. We don't have, frankly, time today to go into, you know, wasting time on negotiating QMVs and treaty changes. But that's it.
Deputy Minister, do you agree that the EU has, or the EU member states have demonstrated decisive political will, as was said, and that's what matters and not the procedures? Because one might say, okay, Ukraine, that's easy, you know, it's biggest aggression in Europe since World War II, but more problematic matters might come.
No, I think that that question was so nicely answered. Yes, EU does have the CFSP. I think if we would have been sitting here 10 years ago, then we might have a long discussion whether CFSP does exist. But after the Russian aggression, when the EU was really learning how to use, and how maybe EU surprised itself how strong it can be, how powerful it can be, and how clear it can be that the EU can lead even more than some member states. There was always, I mean, the most powerful member states. The EU is really the one who is getting, I think, the authority and the charisma of the organization, which is reliable in, for example, Central and Eastern Europe. Always there was a debate that how in that multipolar emerging world the EU can live, because it is the world of carnivores, the world where you have, let's say, the unitarian states which are powerful, they have a single decision-making place, they have a quick decision-making chains, the decision is being taken quickly and implementing quickly, while in the EU, 27 countries meet and discuss, and this is weak as a result, and then it is slow as an implementation. But look what happened. EU surprised itself, and of course it surprised the others. But what is the most important, I think, here is that why we did that, why we were able to do it. And I would argue that because we have a very, very strong common ground, which is a lessons learned from the First and Second World War, which is basically the fact that EU is anti-imperial project, standing very strongly against that imperial and neo-colonial or colonial policy, what we see from Russia. EU is really defending the rule-based international order, and there is a common ground on that, so we can decide quickly and we can be strong. My answer is yes.
There are also questions coming up, so let's take them one by one. Does the EU have any comprehensive strategy dealing with China and Chinese efforts to dominate global economy? Director.
Not yet. I mean, there is this triangle that I mentioned, but it's like three principles that are suspended, one against each other. But maybe let me just go quickly back to the previous question. You know, I have the privilege of not being either part of the EAS or the government, and I'd just like to say maybe that it's very easy, obviously, to dismiss, you know, the EU's foreign policy, but look at the extent of the Russia sanctions. Look at the speed of the Iranian sanctions, you know, regarding the drones. And who would have said that a year ago? I think Mr. Putin wouldn't have said that. And had he guessed, you know, what was coming for him, maybe he would have been deterred, actually. And, you know, had we been more credible, you know, many people would have been alive, or at least much better off. But of course, there is this challenge of having to agree amongst 27 member states, because CFSP is a special kind of European policy, and some believe that this is where its strength come from. Some believe that we should think about, you know, changing the procedures, modifying that to be more actionable. But I mean, in any case, this is where we are at the moment. And I think going just back to geoeconomics, it was mentioned that, you know, maybe we have now a little bit of breathing time to, you know, to think through some things, and I think we should really use that time to get some conceptual clarity. I mean, you opened up with saying that, you know, you are not clear on what geoeconomics is. I think there's a lot of space for everyone to be more clear on what it means to be a geopolitical actor. What is the external and the internal dimension? You know, what are the defensive rather than protectionist measures that we can take? How we resolve and first be clear-eyed about the difference and sometimes tensions between economic and political objectives. And this was referred to before. We need to be clear-eyed about the fact that reducing strategic dependencies imposes economic costs. It's not free. We need to be clear-eyed about the fact that better implementation of the most favored nation clauses will not likely yield much in economic terms, but it can be a very useful political instrument, for example. And I think we should aspire at least to use this time that we have to arrive at some sort of overarching concept, because the existing ones like strategic autonomy or open strategic autonomy, they only really, in my understanding at least, they cover only portions of what this all is about. Mostly the defensive part, right? And moreover, their usefulness can be limited in the case, and this has been the case, of strategic autonomy when they become a subject of controversy.
Do you think Ukraine joining the EU would increase or worsen the EU's geo-economic power? Professor Volchuk.
Gosh, that's an interesting question. However much we need to talk about Ukraine joining, it's not going to happen anytime soon. But I think Ukraine it's really that sort of symbolic country which forces us to think strategically. What we do and how we act, and joining up in terms, because we have the enlargement policy, we have the neighborhood, we have sort of trade relations, and we have basically defense policy. All those policies, they exist in relative silos. Ukraine forces us to look at them in conjunction. They work together. Having said that, actually what we see, because of Ukraine, our immediate priority is Russia. This paradoxically, from my point of view, actually on the one hand, galvanizes us to look into the future. On the other hand, actually weakens our resolve. Because of the cost of energy decoupling with Russia already economically high, it's sort of energy shock. We're talking about the 1970s sort of oil crisis or energy crisis in Europe. And this actually weakens the resolve and incentives to deal with China, because we cannot incur so much cost in the short term. So actually, with China, this means we cannot basically play havoc on all the fronts. So Ukraine is a galvanizing, basically, instrument for the time being. And in terms of actually where Ukraine matters, and I think Czech business and, Ukraine will need a lot of reconstruction and investment. And this needs, the US and the EU really support Ukraine, and Ukraine needs to be rebuilt, but not Chinese, Turkish businesses. It needs to be rebuilt by the allies and partners which support. And President Zelensky said he will invite anybody to rebuild Ukraine, and this has been very heavily criticized by Ukrainian civil society, that actually it is our strategic partners. And we know from the basically Central European experience that investment is actually what matters. And I really hope, because of its location and experience, that countries in Central Europe will be able to integrate Ukraine economically, not only Ukraine, but also Moldova and Georgia. So I think there is a real role to play. Thank you.
Let's go from Ukraine to Africa. What should the EU do in terms of policy in improving our success in Africa? This is, of course, very much connected to China, to migration, to energy. So what should we do to improve our success in Africa? I don't know who wants to take this one. You have a strategy, right, written?
We have a strategy for everything. That's the EU, because we're a global actor. We've got a strategy and a paper for everything, including for China.
Non-paper.
Well, China will have a communication.
I know.
Council conclusions, everything. But no, on Africa, more seriously, I think the consequences of the Russian aggression have been also a wake-up call. A wake-up call for us on the importance of our relation with Africa, or even beyond Africa, what some call the Global South, the rest of the world, or wherever you want to name it. But partially, what we are trying to address these days is have a strategy. I mean, we have papers and papers, but not undermining those priorities, which still are the twin transition, education, migration, but trying to be much more coherent about our approach to those countries. So we are reviewing our policies, trying to see, and I put it sometimes in very simplistic terms, take country X, and we have the different EU institutions and member states throwing in our energy relations, our migration demands, our investment policies, our human rights policies, and if you sit there from the point of view of the Africa, it's all coming to you like storm, and you're there trying to stop the goals. And sometimes we realize we're not being smart enough about being coherent with all the efforts that we're putting in central countries. So trying to prioritize countries, those middle ground countries, giving them the importance that they have, because they're opinion makers, they're kind of triggers of change in the African region. So look at Africa with a more share of interest approach. Listening, that's something that the High Representative insists all the time. We need to listen. We need to listen at their demands. And what's going on these days in Sharm el-Sheikh is very telling. They're just telling us, this is, you know, you're so much focused on Ukraine these days, what's happening to us, and that's something we need to take care of, because we need Africa for our geostrategic power, because Africa is the fastest growing continent and economy, and it's just there a few kilometers away. I come from Spain, you can sit on the coast and you see the African houses across the other side of the sea. So we need to be smarter, we need to listen, and we need to address their concerns. And I'll finish with this, I think besides the battle of the narratives, what we realize as well is that we have the battle of the offers. And it's not enough to go to the Africans and to other countries with, here's our menu, here's how we think you should run your countries, and this is good for you. No, they're not looking at it like that. They're looking at our offer, they're looking at the Chinese offer, and we need to prove that in substance, it's better for them to buy our offer. And that's what we're trying to do these days, to review our approach.
So less lecturing, more substance. Yeah. There was something that your boss stressed recently, right? Yes. If I remember correctly, among other things, of course. Is the war and resulting limitations on Russian gas helping to reinvigorate a transition to cleaner, safer nuclear energy? We can probably say that the image of nuclear has improved quite a lot this year. So is there something like a consensus in the EU? There's probably not, but is the EU more permissive, or EU member states more permissive? Are they more permissive towards nuclear being used as a part of this clean transition? I don't know who's an expert on nuclear here. If no one, then.
I think this will be covered in other panels, and one aspect that in a way our challenge is, because the policies are quite sophisticated. I can say that actually I don't know enough about energy and sort of the Green Deal, etc. So that's the challenge for us, knowing what is feasible, what is doable, and what is the right toolbox. And I'm happy to put my hands up that actually, the Green Deal, etc. It's not exactly my forte. So I'm only too happy to be educated by the following panels.
Well, there is International Atomic Energy who is telling us Europe will not make it without nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is a really indispensable part of the mix. And definitely in that country, the look at it is very positive, and we want to develop it. I think that in the European Union in general, there is more permissive environment towards the nuclear energy. Of course, there always will be those who are against that. Some of them on the basis of ideology, the others on the basis of fear. The first group, that's difficult, because if you are a fan of Sparta or Slavia, then you will not change the dress just because someone is explaining. That's basically maybe the lost energy. But those who are having the fear, I think you can manage with the transparency. And also the technological advance is here, which is on the horizon. They are small nuclear modular reactors, etc. I think it's technologically very important to invest into it, and it's, of course, for the environment and all the green dreams and the green future, it's important. So basically, I believe, yes, nuclear is living through the renaissance, and I believe that trend will continue.
What are the concrete policy proposals or solutions that make the EU independent from China when it comes to rare earths? So that's a question we should tackle, because we were talking about the need to be more independent, but how to do it, how to replace Chinese, or replace not 100%, but lessen the dependence. Is there a way, a strategy? Is it possible, is it realistic to open new mines in Europe? There is lithium, for example, in Europe, but this NIMBY attitude is quite pronounced.
I'm not sure whether there is a strategy, to what extent this is being discussed, but yes, China is not the only country in the world that produces, that mines rare earths. There are rare earth deposits in Europe, in the high north, for example, in the Barents Sea region. So maybe that's something I'm not sure to what extent it can hedge, can substitute for the needs that we have. In the short, medium term, probably not, but in the long term, this is possibly where we should be looking at.
We don't have economic experts in this panel. If one of you is, then correct me. But so I don't know that if we are able to answer the next question. But let me read it at least. Can the Czech Republic have success in EU single market without being in euro area? There's a debate that's going on for years, but I don't know if anyone is willing to reply, to say no, that we're not able to succeed without euro area membership. This is not a strategy you can win elections with in this country.
But paradoxically, I'll just say something from Poland. We are in exactly the same boat. So the longer we stay outside, the more difficult it is to persuade, because the countries have been successful, and saying that actually we would do even better is not necessarily, especially given the euro sort of problems. There are ups and downs. So I cannot see this, at least in Poland, becoming something which we're going to be discussing very intensively. I'm curious to find out, in Czechia, what's the situation? Perhaps you are more enthusiastic.
Maybe I will take it. It's similar. Czechia is successful in the internal market, and euro is not having the euro is not a big handicap for the Czech businesses. Of course, for many it would be easier to have euros and to do not have this exchange obstacle, etc. But this is not so dramatic, and it's a political decision. And as many political decisions, QMV is one, euro is the other. It has to mature. And what we see now, this is a quick maturing of the European, let's say, project. I don't like very much the word project, but of the European Union as a player, as a geo-economical player, definitely, geopolitical player. And maybe little by little it will move also the moods in Poland or Czechia. But for now, there is no need. And of course, I think that the major moment was really the debt crisis, banking crisis, euro crisis. So the time frame from 2010 or 9 until 2013, that was a devastating period when the population in for example, Czechia, to speak for Czechs, started to not to believe that this is a tenable project when you have the countries which are not having the public finances, but also the banking system, etc., in a good shape. And it takes time. So there is a maturing of the EU as such. There is a confidence to the, let's say, good shape of Eurozone as such, including the individual countries. And then it will mature through, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe just 2 words. I personally happen to think there are both economic costs not being part of the Euro area, and there are also political costs of not having kind of pooled sovereignty in monetary policy. But it's an issue on which there is a diversity of positions. I think, well, what does it mean to be successful in the single market? I think where we definitely will fail economically is if we don't manage the digital and green transition. This is what the summit is about. It may be less about the euro at the current point of time than this.
But now the Czech sovereign debt is rising the fastest in the whole EU, so maybe this can change the equation. Of course, to enter Eurozone out of panic would be probably the worst possible decision, but okay, I'm not an economic expert, I'm just a journalist. What economic policy should the EU adopt regarding countries that didn't decisively condemn Russian aggression, like Belarus, Kazakhstan, Armenia, etc.? Yeah, sure.
I think with your listing you have included different countries in that mixed bag, and there are different types of countries when it comes of condemning Russian aggression. You have the countries who stood with us, that's clear, and then there were the countries that abstained, and sometimes an abstention implied more of an effort. If you think of Cuba abstaining, that was more symbolic, the yes of other countries. There were also countries who move in their vote. We had Brazil, who first did abstain, and then when it came to the annexation of the territory, that's getting serious, and then he voted yes. And then you had countries that were in a catch-22 position. You know, if you think a country like Mongolia, I mean, you're not going to force that country to take a choice, to make a choice, because, you know, its geographic situation does not allow it for more. And we can't move countries in the world. That's where they are. They will stay physically. So they have to live also with their circumstances. The approach we've taken is that we haven't put anybody into a blacklist, because that would have been, if anything, counter positive. What the reading of the vote has been a wake-up call about to which countries we have to reach out. And it's not by chance that we're making a super effort to reach out to India, and that we are launching this TTC process with India, because we realize that India is important and we can't afford not to have a good relation with India. And that's the way we need to think about many countries. Reading that list, I mean, I'm not thinking of Belarus, because then, you know, I'm sorry, we don't even try. We don't even demarche when we go for a vote, because what's the point? But there are countries where the reading of the vote was a call for us about how we need to approach them and how we need to present the offer of the battle of the offers. And that's, I think, how we need to work.
That was so well answered that I don't have any addition, but you inspired me by India, the country which is basing the public diplomacy and its identity on non-violence. The country which has such a great history of struggle against colonial rule. Looking at that conflict, well, that's the reason to think about.
Yes, please.
I think the two comments actually answer our need to have this tailored policy. And for example, it's India versus South Africa versus Belarus. So we cannot have that blanket policy, but we need to know the circumstances and why and what we can do. And ultimately, when it comes to India, they do regard themselves as a great power, and they are standing up, and they are not going to listen to us. We can persuade, but we have to know our limits. And that's, from that point of view, the tailored approach is needed. And going back, doing business in Africa, knowing the local knowledge. It's not because our foreign policy making is so difficult that by the end of the day we focus on back in Brussels, but actually working with the specific countries. Russia, China, and India, actually, they do it very, very well, if needed, by bribing or, recruiting clients, high-profile politicians to make sure that they actually serve their needs. So South Africa has been absolutely charmed by the anti-imperial narrative from Russia, from the apartheid times. So from that point of view, we need to have tailored approach, we need to be differentiated, but also be realistic in terms of actually what we can do, and at which point to intervene. Some most difficult cases, and we have to have a different approach vis-à-vis South Africa versus what's on our doorstep, Serbia. The fact that actually Serbia is not really aligned with our foreign policy. This is much more tricky, and it does require a response. And I'll just say on the sort of Belarus, for my purposes, we really cannot regard Belarus as a fully fledged sovereign country anymore. It is de facto creeping, we're talking about creeping annexation by Russia. Yeah.
Very briefly, please.
Yeah, very briefly. I mean, I will not speak about India. That was well said before. But maybe going back to Africa, of course, I think we need more coherence. We need more visibility for the substantial things that we are already doing. But we also need to appreciate that we are operating in a very complex, sometimes difficult environment when there is a military junta who fears for its political survival. In Mali, well, they turn to the Wagner group, and then gets, sell some concessions, along the way. So what are kind of the normative red lines which we are able to maintain in order to engage with these kind of actors? Obviously, it gets much more easier when it's not one authoritarian government talking to another authoritarian government, because it's easy for them to talk to each other. But when we have vibrant societies and vibrant economies and people who understand that the offer that we are able to give in the long term is the only one that actually it's the best offer on the table. In the short term, you can bribe, you can corrupt, but in the long term, and maybe that's one way. I mean, there are no easy fixes. Even when talking to, not always very savory characters, on the other side, when you explain that there is a pragmatic perspective to this, when we extend let's say the time frame of those offers, maybe that's one possible way out of this dilemma. And obviously, there are a lot of dilemmas involved in this.
Since we're in Central Europe, let's take a question about Central Europe. Has the Russian war in Ukraine changed the power dynamics in the EU in favor of Central Europe? What would it mean for the EU as a geopolitical actor? So we've been hearing lots of self-congratulatory speech, not only in Warsaw, but even in Prague recently, about how right we were, even though those of you who are Czechs know very well that it was not always that clear what the Czech attitude towards Russia and Ukraine was in the past. But anyway, will there be any changes? And Professor, I will ask you for an answer, since you're Polish, but not based in Poland anymore. What's your take? Will the voice and power and political capital of Central Europe be greater even after the war is over?
Thank you very much. I think, it may be sort of a self-serving view, but I do believe that the center of gravity, for very justifiable reasons, because of wars, annexation, invasions, this is what we know from our historical memories. In every family in the region, we have stories about this. So many of us are reliving this experience, and that emotional trauma actually does basically translates into action. So from that point of view, I've been thinking the last 3 months, I only traveled to Berlin and eastwards, to Central and Eastern Europe. I haven't been. And for me, the question is, why not? Is it because things are happening here, or because we are not listened to in other European capitals? So for me, that's the question, work in progress in terms of finding out. But every cloud, basically, or every sort of silver lining has a cloud that in certain respects we have a bit, it's a Europe It's a Europe of different speeds when it comes to geopolitical awakening and in terms of actually understanding what's happening. And from that point of view, going back to the quality majority voting, paradoxically, it seems to me, not despite the war, but rather because of the war, there is less interest certainly in Poland, which actually pooling sovereignty, when that sovereignty basically may be used against something which was perceived of the vital national interest in the frontline state like Poland or the Baltic republics. So it's a double-edged sword in terms of actually pooling sovereignty and sort of shifting gravity center.
Thank you. Unfortunately, that's all we can do at this panel. We have to wrap up. Thank you that you asked so many questions, and sorry that we were not able to answer all of them. Thank you so much, and thanks to all the panelists. Enjoy the coffee break, and we'll be back with the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrzej. Just one organizational remark. We have a panel at 5:20, so please don't be late and come back here for discussion about the European Fit for 55 package. And those who are invited to join discussion about financial instruments and their role in development of urban mobility, the discussion is taking place downstairs in the Brown Hall. So those who are invited for this event, please go to the Brown Hall, and the discussion about Fit for 55 is taking place here.
ČT24. Nejspolehlivější zprávy ze světa financí, zákulisí, exkluzivní informace, zajímaví hosté. S Michaelou Novákovou, Vendulou Horníkovou a Vandou Kofroňovou. Každé úterý a čtvrtek v 21 hodin na ČT24.
Od atomu ke hvězdám, od buňky k mozku, od myšlenky ke splněným snům. Vítejte v Hyde Parku civilizace ve světě vědy a otázek současné společnosti. Ptejte se významných vědců a osobností naší civilizace, protože stejně jako oni, i my hledáme odpovědi. Věda 24 každou neděli v 10:30 na ČT24.
Web ČT24. Mějte celý svět jako na dlani. Nejnovější zprávy, nejlepší videa, dostupné ve vašem mobilu, tabletu nebo v počítači. Buďte v obraze 24 hodin denně, ať jste kdekoliv. www.ČT24.cz
Vaše sny jsou na dosah. Stačí se rozhodnout. Poslouchat svoje srdce a vzít život do vlastních rukou. Představujeme vám nové BMW X1. Sen, který se může stát i vaší skutečností. Žijte svoje sny. Nové BMW X1.
Business ČT24. Nejspolehlivější zprávy ze světa financí, zákulisí, exkluzivní informace, zajímaví hosté. S Michailou Novákovou, Vendulou Horníkovou a Vandou Kofroňovou. Každé úterý a čtvrtek v 21 hodin na ČT24.
Od atomu ke hvězdám, od buňky k mozku, od myšlenky ke splněným snům. Vítejte v Hyde Parku civilizace ve světě vědy a otázek současné společnosti. Ptejte se významných vědců a osobností naší civilizace, protože stejně jako oni, i my hledáme odpovědi. Věda 24. Každou neděli v 10:30 na ČT24.
Web ČT24. Mějte celý svět jako na dlani. Nejnovější zprávy, nejlepší videa, dostupné ve vašem mobilu, tabletu nebo v počítači. Buďte v obraze 24 hodin denně, ať jste kdekoliv. www.ČT24.cz
Who came here on time because we are beginning our next panel, which will be focusing on the Fit for 55 package, and we will discuss on how to put the EU on track for achieving its targets for 2030. It's my great pleasure to welcome here new speakers and also moderator. I'm glad that I can welcome here Mr. Ivan Hodáč, founder and president of the supervisory board of the Aspen Institute Central Europe. I hope that many of you know Mr. Hodáč. He was also listed by the Financial Times among the most influential personalities in Brussels politics, and part of his career was dedicated to the European automotive industry, because he served as the Secretary General of the European Automobile Manufacturers Association. So I know that the discussion is in very good hands, and I would like to now pass the floor to Mr. Hodáč.
Yes, thank you very much, and welcome everybody. I would like to also welcome Ana Palacio, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Spain, and many years member of the European Parliament. We have been working together in Brussels. It was always a great pleasure. And Mr. Jan Dusík, who is the Deputy Minister responsible for climate at the Ministry of Environment. As it has been already said, and as you know, we are going to talk about Fit for 55. We will talk about Green Deal a little bit. We are going to put it into also a global context. The situation is today slightly different than it was 8-9 months ago, so the question how we are going to make it work is not as simple as it looked at the beginning. What we are going to do is I will ask each of the panelists to make a short introduction, 5 to 7 minutes. After 7 minutes, I stop you, and then we will turn the discussion to you, and I might have also a few questions. Please use the Slido as quickly as possible, and we have only 35 minutes, so we will not give priority to the ladies. We have agreed that this time, exceptionally, the men will start. Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this summit and to say a bit about Fit for 55. I will stick to the 7 minutes. I could speak for longer about it. Obviously, it's a bread and butter that we are keeping busy with. Just to say that 3 parts of Fit for 55 are in trilogues just today. So there's a busy agenda in Brussels, and 2 days ago there was an agreement in trilogue on one of the parts, which is the effort sharing regulation. But before going into that kind of detail, and I will not go to too much detail, I think we need to look back at where we are. How is it? 9 months after the invasion of Russia in Ukraine, and how does it relate to the whole portfolio? When the invasion started, there were voices saying, well, now the Green Deal is dead and we have to forget about it, and we need to focus on completely different things. If we look today, what has happened, there is the discussion about repower, there is a speeding up of both policy and financial means to speed up the decarbonization and getting rid of our dependence on fossil fuels from Russia, and that actually is going in the same direction as the whole Fit for 55 package. Then several months after, the French presidency finished with the last Environment Council and Energy Council adopting the relevant parts of Fit for 55, the general approach in the Council, which allowed us as the Czech presidency tendency to get into the trilogues in between the three institutions, and we started immediately. Well, immediately was only on ETS in July, but then because of the holidays in the Parliament, all the other parts could only start in September. But we were very active, and also all the three institutions basically said we want to proceed with this as quickly as possible. It's a package, but it has distinct parts, so each of them are negotiated separately. But what unites them as well is that again in the geopolitical context, the European Union is being accused. Now you are looking into completely different matters, and you are forgetting about your climate action. And we are now again in the middle of COP27, the climate conference, where we are trying to build on the results of the Glasgow conference, which was quite successful undertaking, and we want to make sure that even though we have additional important issues happening in our region, this does not change anything on the course of needing to resolve the climate emergency as well and continuing with the legislation. So this is moving ahead alongside the energy emergencies and the 3 or 4 extraordinary energy councils that we have to resolve the energy crisis in Europe. But as regards Fit for 55, we still have less than 2 months to go of the Czech presidency, but if I can speak for the environmental part of it, or the Ministry of Environment, 2 out of the 5 files were already closed. 3 are remaining, and there are discussions going on 2 of them now. So we will see where we stand on the 16th of December, which should be the last trilogue in the series. If we can succeed in agreeing on the whole package, I think it would be a good signal. Of course, it's not entirely on the Czech presidency, it's on all the member states and the European Parliament, the Commission. But already now being able to say that not only our commitment in the European climate law is valid, we can present it in Brussels, in Sharm el-Sheikh. We can also present, we have 2 pieces of legislation adopted, and we are on the path of decreasing the emissions by 2030 by at least 55%. At least 55, if we combine with the measures in Repower, would be maybe even more. It's less important to give the final figure. What is important is that these numbers have to add up. So that's why it's the whole package that needs to connect. So happy to go into detail on any of those, but this is where we are as of today. It will probably be different after we finish this panel. There may be news coming from Brussels, but it is the train is moving on.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jan. So Anna, is it business as usual?
Certainly not, but allow me, even if time is the scarcest commodity, to say, and I'm not someone that just says for the sake of saying, but congratulate or say that we European citizens, we were lucky that you had the presidency, the Czech Republic had the presidency. Navigating the very choppy waters where geopolitics has just erupted in all the dossiers, and at the same time, just as the presidency, bring forward certain very important initiatives. You haven't mentioned, Minister, but I admire your mandate, the mandate that you have got on the plastics, the mandate to negotiate the plastics. This is not taking the front line, but it is extremely important. And as I say, presidency, there would not have been many presidencies with the auctoritas, the gravitas, the geographic situation, the tradition to bring all these actors together, especially in this area that is impacted principally by the Ukraine war. Now, kudos for just getting this file through the trilogues, and the trilogues are really very complicated areas. But from a geopolitical perspective, and if I were the presidency, if I were in government, I were in presidency, I would be doing what you are doing. But as I'm not in government, and not, I mean even less further from the presidency, honestly, we Europeans, in all what we are doing in energy, we have to realize that this is today, this is not 10 months ago. First element, we tend to forget that our equation is very important, but we are 7-8% of the emissions. China is 31, United States 14, but let's not forget that all sub-Saharan Africa, excluding South Africa, is 0.5. So we have to take this into account. We cannot any longer just go patronizing in Africa. For instance, and I'm not, this is not a hypothesis, this is a conversation, to Mozambique and say, hey, Mozambicans, thank you, sell us your gas. You want it, what for? Oh, we need to make electricity out of your gas. And the Mozambican says, could you, through the multilaterals, could you help us just generate gas from electricity? Oh, no, you go directly to renewables. I mean, this doesn't stand any longer. Now, our, well, dirty, and not just in the sense of environment, dirty little secret of Europe being hooked on gas and on coal, just is out there. So first, the world equation. Second, Europeans, we have been the standard bearers of the climate change since Kyoto, so this is not new. And we have gone from Copenhagen in 2009, where we expected the world to follow us. The world did not follow. To Paris, where we wanted, and I was the first, legally binding, and the world said, you know what, no legally binding. So we need to realize that our tropism for regulatory power, we have to keep it. I'm the first to say regulatory power, the power of Brussels is there, and we see it in the world. This example, this setting, but let's not forget the reality. And the reality is that the transition will be heavy on our citizens. We have to tell them. And this is not a matter of subsidies. This is a matter of transformation. The image of just butterflies and electric cars, we will get there, but it's going to be extremely. We need to adapt the narrative to something more than the Green Deal. And this something more is to acknowledge from the first moment that contrary to the Energy Union in 2005 that had a three prongs, very clearly, security of energy security, security of supply, affordability, and what was then called sustainability, which is our green, the beginning of our Green Deal, because our Green Deal now goes from farm to fork to everything in our lives. Frankly, I think that we need to take this into account as well. Regulatory power, yes, but realistically so. We need to adapt. Now, last but not least, when we speak to our citizens, we also have to tell them that from the 22 first rare earths and other components that are essential for the renewables, 22 depend on China. I mean, from cobalt, either in the extraction or if it's not in the extraction, in the processing. On coltan or cobalt, we depend on DRC. So, okay, yeah, we are going for the renewables. This is our motto, but also taking into consideration that this is not Europe by itself and Europe alone. This is Europe interlinked with others, and we need to address these other aspects. Last but not least, I have heard many times, we Europeans, we can only count on ourselves. The rest, no. I mean, no. This is interlinked. This is part of the rules-based order that is being questioned by, and the invasion of Ukraine is one chapter. So all this, yes, Fit for 55, but let's put this in fit for the world of today.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for this, what I would call the reality check. And you have put in it everything. You have put in it the global aspects, you have put in it the internal problems, the competitiveness of the European industry, the social dimension, and many others. So I will go back to you, Jan, for a moment. Can you please very quickly react on what Anna has said?
Yes, I want to add 2 points after hearing from the minister, and thank you for the flowers for the presidency. We are still in the middle of the program, and we will do our best. But the 2 points I wanted to raise. One is we are now in the middle of COP27, the climate conference, and obviously what we are doing in Europe on climate will not be sufficient. We are responsible as the EU for 7% of the global emissions, and even if we reduce to zero tomorrow, this would not resolve climate change. So we are in dialogue with all the key players. There's the G20 summit. These are all fora where we come and say, look, this is a crisis which we need to resolve together. We have agreed in Paris. Europe has done its homework. We are delivering. We expect the same from you. We expect the same from the United States, from China, from all the developed countries. At the same time, we need to recognize that climate change is happening. It has serious implications for countries which did not cause it, which cannot afford fighting with it, and that's why the COP, which is in Africa, which is in the developing world, will be a lot about implementation, loss and damage, and finance, and we have to be part of the conversation. Number one. Number two, very quickly, yes, there is a price tag on the transition. At the same time, if I compare how big transition we have done already for the past 10 years on renewables, on technology developments, there is an expectation that this will be more than we can imagine today. The prices of that transition will be lower than they are today. It is a modernization, and the trick is to make it part of the modernization where we will be better off as a consequence.
Okay, I am going to go...
One second. Minister, we Europeans pledged 100 billion years ago for Africa. Where are we? I mean, where are we, and how realistically we can not finance? I mean, this is opening, but very little, just because we feel very guilty. This financing to a country, I mentioned Mozambique, gas. In the end, what we don't say, this is another of the secrets, is that in a country like Mozambique, people are burning anything, poisoning themselves, burning anything. And yes, renewables are very good if you have some solar panels, but this doesn't bring you prosperity. This brings you being able to charge the mobile. It's extremely important, but you need baseload energy, and we know that.
Okay, I'm going to go now to the questions, okay? Otherwise, we will never finish. We have 15 minutes, and we have I don't know how many questions, and we want to make it as interactive as possible. And by the way, the first question came even before you started, and it's spot on. How should we adapt the Fit for 55 in regards to the current events? You were saying that, both of you, that time has changed. It's different 10 years ago, and it's different 10 months ago. How should we, in concrete terms, is there a way that we can adapt the Fit for 55 to the current situation? And if yes, but please, short questions. We start with you, Jan.
I would say there is a way, and it is happening. The Fit for 55 Council position was approved in June, 4 months after the invasion, and after publishing the Repower EU that responds to the crisis. Part of Fit for 55 are significant financial resources for innovation, modernization, social climate fund. So there are all the elements that need to accompany the transition. The point I was trying to make is that we are in this problem because we have been dependent on fossil fuels coming from Russia. We have created this problem, and the way out of this problem is get rid of that dependence, which is in the same direction as getting rid of dependence on fossil fuels altogether.
Anna?
Well, my first...
Can you please take the mic, because I think it's...
Yeah, of course. First, I would say that we have to really, not just words, but deeds. We are in together. We cannot take unilateral national measures that will break the internal market, that will make this community of Europeans more difficult, first. Second, I think that, again, Fit for 55 is extremely interesting, but Fit for 55 is lacking an external dimension, so an external reflection on how this is in relation with Africa, I mentioned, but with other relations. And my third comment on how to support Fit for 55 is, I think that we have gone in realism a long way, and parties do. Again, I'm not complimenting. I'm not someone that compliments, but honestly, the Czech presidency has done in this sense of bringing opposite views together. We need to go deeper. When you listen to certain interlocutors, honestly, there is a lack of realism of what our situation now is.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah.
Very brief.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. There's something called CBAM, which is the carbon border adjustment mechanism, and that takes care of part of the external dimension, so that we don't put conditions on our industries that would allow foreign industries that are not subject to climate regulation to enter our market with cheaper prices.
And the foreign industry is going to accept it.
Yeah. It will be paid on the border of the European Union.
I think we will have lots of problems with it. This was lying on the table before. It came from the French. You remember that very well. So it will be a tough one. No, Anna, I am taking
words and deeds.
Okay.
Again, words. It's fantastic. Fantastic. I want deeds.
Okay. Now there's a question that. We were talking about the narrative. What are we telling the citizens? How can citizens understand that the EU still needs to work on lowering its carbon emissions, although we only represent less than 10% of the world emissions? How can we sell this to the citizens? It's going to be costly. I agree it's needed. I'm not discussing the goal. I'm just discussing how we get there. And how do we sell it to the citizens, especially today? Yes.
Well, I think I partly answered already that this is something which we have to do to become less dependent on imported fuels. So there is various means, such as energy communities, production of solar power on the roofs of residential buildings and so forth. So that's one. There is what I also mentioned, the financial mechanisms, different funds that can help with the transition to deal with the high costs of energy today, and to bring us over to the other side. And the third dimension is that climate change is real. We have been talking about it for decades now, and now it's becoming a reality. If you have Pakistan, 1/3 of the country flooded with enormous impacts, or forest fires in Czech Republic, these are all proofs that we need to be serious. And if we don't make the transition, then we will be suffering from much more damage than we can imagine now.
Well, I could agree with you, and I would add one dimension. I would tell plainly the citizens, Europe has a role to play in the world, and that is where I join this idea of regulatory power. Europe has to play a role. We have a responsibility. We have half of the contamination of the atmosphere has been originated, and it's not self-flagellation. It's nothing. It's that in the world of tomorrow we have a role to play, and this role is part of this rules-based order. And in this rules-based order, one of the most urgent issues is to tackle climate change. So we need to be together, not look at our navel, which sometimes we do, look openly and take our responsibility to count in the world of tomorrow. I mean, today.
Yes.
It's already today.
Thank you very much. I will go to you, Jan, because this question is for you. Why is the Czech Republic reluctant to set up a legally binding coal phase-out date if the responsible ministers keep repeating that 2033 remains a target?
Well, we have a target of 2033 written in the coalition agreement of the current government, and it hasn't gone anywhere. And the sequence, and I know that there is a climate suit against the Czech Republic, which has gone through the court, so we will need to respond to it. But our response is, look, we are getting a new generation of climate and energy legislation, which is called Fit for 55. Once this gets approved, again, in the government program, we have the update of the climate policy, we have the update of the state energy policy. This is basically the terms of reference of the future climate and energy policy, and this is where we will be dealing with the timeline for phase out of fossil fuels in general, including coal. Now, the other part of it is, of course, that the markets are already resolving part of it, and we may well be setting a date which, in reality, will be in more distant future than what actually happens due to the market forces.
Thank you very much. There's a very interesting question for both of you, and I will start with you, Anna. At which point might more coercive measures be considered given the severity of the IPCC reports? Can we be even stringent? Can we have more coercive measures? And I'm talking about the EU, but I'm talking about the global aspects. Is it doable?
Coercive measures, even at the European Union level, are complicated because this is national policies. So it would have to be indirectly through the internal market. We may consider that. I hope that we will be able to address this issue without coercive measures. Today, at the world level, I mean, honestly, we don't have the instruments to do that. But again, I fully agree with you, Minister. I mean, it is a reality, and it is a reality in Bangladesh and in China and everywhere. At a certain moment, and this moment is here, we all have to bring this together and address it. Measures, I don't know if coercive, but measures, framework, legislation, regulation is important. And this is, again, the role of the European Union to set the pace. Sometimes we go too fast. This was Copenhagen 2009. Sometimes we are too ambitious. This was Paris 2015. But if it was not for the European Union, we would not be there. Now, we do tricks with ourselves. And this is what I think that we should come clean. And we are now, all of us, I mean, not Spain, because we just closed all our coal generation electricity, but everywhere. And the country that all of us know very well is the first that is just taking out wind farms to put into production a coal mine. So we have to just to reach a reasonable balance, and this is always extremely difficult. I hope we don't get to coercive measures.
Yeah, me too, but the question was put like that. So yes, yeah.
No, I agree that the measures need to be ambitious and they need to be corresponding to the size of the challenge. I believe that the measures which we take in the European Union are fit for purpose, fit for 55% by 2030. The problem is that the others are not there, and we need to push the others to do the same. We need to push the others to also contribute with the finance for the rest of the world. Again, we have our share. We have our share of about 35 out of the 100 billion per year that we, as the European Union, contribute to the global basket. More will be needed because the climate change is happening and it causes loss and damage. So there will be discussion there. So we are where we can be with the current measures. Of course, it's also a question of personal choices, and everyone can make those personal choices. And again, they are doing it because of the price of energy or the solidarity with Ukraine, various purposes. But ultimately, we have tools for orderly transformation, and we can make it happen. Yeah, the others need to do the same.
Yes, China 2060. Is it going to happen?
Well, I know that China has a very directive way of making things happen. So if they say something, I could imagine that it is going to be done. How it's going to be done, I don't know. But obviously, we are talking to China and we are asking them tough questions in Sharm el-Sheikh about how they do it. But it's not, I mean, 2050 or 2060 or 2070 like India, these are all important dates and commitments. But for the degree of climate change, what matters most is what happens in this decade. So we have no time to waste to bend the curve of the overall warming because we will be inheriting the impacts of it for decades.
It clearly shows the global problem of this whole question. Yes.
Allow me one sentence to what I said before. I think that we have to tell our citizens and to tell them that this is not out of the goodness of our hearts or it's not generosity. It's that in order to play a role in this future, we need to continue leading this transformation in a realistic way, which I think that maybe we have to adapt certain measures, but it's clear that, I'm finishing with what I said at the beginning. It was not easy to get the presidency of the European Union, and honestly, you have still 1/3, which is a lot in a presidency, and just good luck and tough work. Tough work is clear. Good luck. We hope.
Yes, I have another question here that is also a little bit of full of contradiction. How can Europe accelerate nuclear energy and lead the world in reducing gas and oil? To ask this to a Czech is probably an important thing.
Well, it would be interesting to have the same question posed to countries which reject nuclear energy.
Here is one.
I can start from the Czech perspective because this is not an EU-regulated theme.
We have 1 minute.
So. For us, nuclear energy is part of the mix to help with decarbonization and with switching from burning of coal and fossil fuels in general. This will continue to be in the near future. We are not trying to convince our neighbors from Austria or Germany to go in this direction, but. Interestingly, when I was in New York for the General Assembly and I visited a big private sector forum, nobody was speaking about nuclear energy. They were all speaking about how we can even speed up the existing transition to renewables. So that's the future direction that most of the people are preoccupied with.
Well, then we attend different fora, because I was 2 weeks ago in a big forum with a big representation, American representation, and nuclear was part of it. Nuclear, the new nuclear, the modular nuclear. Well, first of all, I have a confession to make. I have a nuclear past. I was executive vice president for Arriva, in charge of the international. So you know where I stand. Now, Spain. Spain is a very interesting case. 20% of our electricity today comes from nuclear. Yet, we want to close the nuclear. I honestly think that, again, the International Energy Agency has stated that there is no solution, no way to find a solution to the world, which is the one that matters. So China has 100 and something reactors planned. The world over, there is a comeback of nuclear. Can you afford, well, okay, you can afford luxuries like just closing your nuclears. I honestly think part of this realism, part of this reassessment, necessary reassessment, what you could address in reasonable terms a year ago, you really have to rethink it today for many reasons. And there's, again, I don't like to speak about Spain only in positive terms, even if I disagree, but on this issue, I think that it goes beyond. It's we Europeans, we have to come clear. Coming clear is not to put in the taxonomy that gas and nuclear are green, because this is frankly, this is a contradictio in terminis. But again, realism that is not against commitment. We are committed. Absolutely, we have to be committed. We have to lead, but we have to be realistic, and this is a good area.
Yes, thank you very much. We have slowly run out of time, and I have last question to both of you. Going back to the beginning, going back to this discussion, what are, in your view, the 2 or 3 most important aspects on which we put stress and emphasis in order to get the Fit for 55 in 2030 a reality?
I would say that the 2 aspects are, one, on the emissions side, that the numbers need to add up. So the moment we modify one of the elements of Fit for 55, we need to be aware that we have to add somewhere else, and we need to keep the right balance and the optimal balance in terms of performance of the various measures, be it CO2 from cars, be it emission trading, be it carbon capture in forests. This all needs to add up together. Second point is we need to be clever about the social dimension. We are living in difficult times. People are in energy poverty, and we need to use this instrument also to address the energy poverty.
So yet you have spoken at the very beginning, you have spoken about Euro 7. Now the car industry, you have mentioned, 2 days ago, or the day before, yesterday, the Commission has approved, the day before yesterday, the Commission approved the Euro 7. Now the car industry said this is against the possibility to lower emissions, CO2 emissions. Is that correct or not? What is your view on it?
Well, Euro 7 is not part of Fit for 55, so that will have its own legislative process, and obviously it needs to be seen as complement to what was just agreed on the CO2 from cars. But it also addresses different pollutants, and again, like energy, car emissions don't only have the climate footprint; they have footprint on health of people in the cities, and yes, it all needs to add up.
Anna?
I will stress realism, because you are highlighting the problem of energy poverty, and which is true, absolutely true. There are I mean, parts of our society that we have to care for. But I think that in more general terms, we need to be realistic about what is energy transition. Energy transition means tough. Energy transition means cost. Energy transition means difficulties. We have to address it, but we have to get rid of this image that energy transition is tomorrow. It's butterflies and electric cars and everything is a given, and a lot of green, very, very interesting green jobs. No, there will be social costs beyond the energy poverty, and we need to address this. And until or unless we do that, we will be in this. I will rephrase it, in this distancing about words and deeds.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for a very interesting discussion. I think that, if I should somehow summarize that, I would say that, yes, we have to do it, but yes, we have to be also realistic. And we have to adjust to the extent possible, both to the present situation, which has been especially caused now with the war, by the war at Ukraine, and we have to work with the rest of the world, and we have to make sure that we are part of a global solution. With this, thank you very much. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Jan. Let's us give them a big hand. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for another very interesting discussion focusing on Fit for 55 package, and discussion which was very realistic, let's say. We are now setting the scene for another panel. This panel, which will start at 6 o'clock, so right now we will discuss the EU single market, and we will discuss how to make the EU single market more resilient and how to avoid its fragmentation. This is the topic which is very important for the Czech EU presidency and for the Czech Republic as a whole. And I can see that our speakers are already entering the room. And yes, so I can see that all the speakers are here. So let's start with another discussion. As I said, the topic is EU single market and how to make it more resilient and how to avoid its fragmentation. I would like to pass the floor to my colleague moderator. The moderator of this event is Ms. Eva Anderová, who is currently the vice president at the University of New York in Prague. Ms. Anderová has professional experience both from academia, from the economy, governance and economic diplomacy, and also from business. She also has held positions in boards of private and state companies in the Czech Republic, so I can't imagine a better person who could moderate discussion on the EU single market. So I would like to ask Ms. Anderová and speakers of the first panel to join us here on the stage and to take the floor. So please. Thank you.
How do you want to put us? Who is where, I guess?
Thank the hosting company very much for the introduction. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming and attending our panel. Obviously, there are so many experts among you that I think we are a privileged panel, and I'm actually very honored to have excellent panelists, seasoned experts with wealth of experiences in their respective areas, and they will actually present the state of play, I would say, of the topic in given framework, where our topic is making the EU single market more resilient. I cannot even imagine that this real pillar of all four pillars of the EU is one of the actually widest, but with regard to the annotation you might have read, we will move in a certain framework of the very wide aspect of a single market. So we know it's most important pillar through which all other policies can be successful or be affected in many ways. So our topic, given the single market resilience, covers more areas and it's vitally important. So let me please introduce the panelists. Oti Slutboom. So shortly given their fantastic expertise. About Oti Slotboom, I have to say she's the Director for Strategy and Economic Analysis at the Directorate General for Internal Market Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs, Strategy and Economy Analysis. Oti's work focuses on monitoring and analyzing the business environment and the performance of EU industrial ecosystems in the single market, not only in the single market, but also globally. She particularly puts attention to small and middle-sized enterprises. Her background also refers not only to the actual leading as a director department in the Commission, but a former colleague of mine in another country from the Ministry of Finance. So, Oti, I will start with you, and before I get to other gentlemen, whom, of course, I will introduce the same way. So I'll do that right now. I will start with you, Ilya. You are a director, Digital Single Market and Consumer Policy, Eurocommerce. Ilya is a very seasoned professional. In this position, he has been leading Eurocommerce activities in a very broad range of policy issues, if I'm not mistaken, since 2013. Ilya advocates for a more competitive single market for retail and wholesale, supporting high customer trust in all sales channels, and always trying to strike the right balance between the interests of all involved stakeholders and effective and efficient enforcement of the acquis communautaire EU law. Your actual career has started in 2006, having been working for Public Matters and leading public affairs consultancy in Netherlands, but then you obviously moved to the Dutch Retail Federation, where you were responsible for payment system, product safety law, commercial establishment, and taxation issues. So this is short of your bios, and you could talk about your bios and experience much more, but I leave it on you. And the last and not least, very important guest from the Czech Republic, Mr. Stepan Černý, the one with the wealth of experiences, as well as I have mentioned, vastly professional background in European affairs, policy and economy, all experience in the general government sector, focusing on the coordination of the Czech policy within the European Union. He joined the office of the government of the Czech Republic in 2014, and he is currently the Director General of the Section for European Affairs. Stepan's previous work experience includes different positions, not only in the office of the government, but also of the Senate, of the Parliament of the Czech Republic, and he held internships at the EU Committee of the Region, and obviously as a very young man, he was involved with the Czech presidency many years ago, and also not to forget to mention, with experiences also in media. So thank you for allowing me to introduce you honorable colleagues. I will let them to open their introduction statements, and given that we will mutually handle particular questions and also let you, in given time constraint, a floor for asking some questions. So, Oti, as I opened it, of course, cherchez la femme, so you have to start. Female first, gentlemen agree. So feel free to introduce the topics you would like to cover in today's discussion.
Thank you very much, Eva. Very happy to be here at this fantastic room at this very interesting event. We are preparing the big celebrations of single market turning 30 years old. This is for next year. But of course, this is exactly the right moment to look back and see what has been achieved, where we stand now, what comes next, how time has changed the single market, how it has evolved. I wanted to pick up some of the questions which were in the program, because the second one I found intriguing. It said something like, should we have an economic policy around the single market? And I wanted to say that from my perspective, this is exactly what we have. The EU economy is this huge economic bloc that is the single market. 450 million consumers. Almost one third of all world trade is trade in the single market or with the single market. We have our economic weight in the world. 15% of world GDP is the single market. And that's really also in times of crisis, this is the economic powerhouse and anchor that keeps our economies floating. The single market is much more than the regulations and directives which set norms. It is very importantly free movement of people, goods, services, capital across the countries. Something that people who are younger than myself already very much tend to take for granted. I still remember the time when I had, for crossing any of the Belgian borders, I had a whole staple of wallets in the handbag, because for every country you needed a passport. There was a passport control in the train if you went from Brussels to Paris, and you needed your wallet with the national currency of each country that you were going to cross in case you needed to buy something. Also because the banking sector was not what it is now with bank cards paying. But coming back to economic policies, one cornerstone for the good functioning of the single market is competition policy. We have in place a policy which creates a level playing field, transparency. Everybody has to follow the same rules. We have rules on state aid, which means that member states cannot start competing each other, outbid themselves, for instance, in search for inward investment. We have the trade policy, which allows us to exert the power that we have due to our economic weight. We have social rules which apply everywhere in the single market. We have health and safety rules, and very importantly, and as came out very clearly in the previous panel, we have environmental rules which have to be respected by everybody who produces, consumes, or imports into the single market. So for me, indeed, what we have in place is a single market which is at the core of the EU economic policies. But then at the macro level, of course, we have economic policies for stability. We have the EU fiscal rules. We have more rules for countries which have adopted the euro. We have things, as you mentioned in the questions, we have some possibilities for public procurement. This was one of the examples you took up in the questions. We saw during the COVID-19 pandemic that member states work better together than if everybody acts on its own. When everybody was trying to find vaccines against COVID, the fact that due to rather ad hoc-ish arrangements, the Commission was able to procure vaccines for the whole EU 27 gave it a lot of negotiating power, which had an impact on prices, but also prevented the member states from starting to outbid each other. There are some other examples of joint public procurement where possibilities exist, and we have recently, in mid-September, put forward another proposal which would give some emergency possibilities for more public procurement at the EU level. Then maybe a final comment on the unemployment insurance, reinsurance. This would be a stabilization instrument. It was in the Commission's plans for the work program some years ago, discussions ongoing on how we stabilize, do we transfer funds among member states when unemployment is higher in one country and lower in another country, or do we borrow money and give it to those countries or to those individuals where unemployment is higher. What came out in the end was a solution to help out people from losing their jobs during the pandemic, an instrument which gave short-term support to temporary measures to retain people in employment or in training, known as SURE. This was an EU-level instrument which had some characteristics of an unemployment insurance, but was set out during the pandemic for help. This is only an introduction. We are heading towards new landscapes. I'm happy to come back to other things later on in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Outi. Before our dear distinguished other colleagues start, let me put you a question with relation to what you have already elaborated. How, from your perspective, do you see the future of the EU single market? Dear colleagues, then feel free to join in case you feel like. I'm starting with OT, but of course, it's also your floors in case you would like to refer to.
Thank you very much. This question, of course, it's something I'm very happy to speak about because we are in the process of writing our single market at 30 years. Where are we? Where do we go next? And one of the issues that I mentioned already in my more backward-looking introduction was the single market as an export, as an entity which creates norms and standards for environment, for social, for human rights. And we are now increasingly also trying to make our partners and third countries adopt these values. We recently put forward a proposal to ban forced labor, and this we hope would become a global standard. So our standards beyond the economic efficiency values, human rights, environment, this is going to be a very important element and an increasing element of the single market in the future, in my view. Secondly, the world has changed. New technologies, digitalization, this has changed the way markets function. This we have to reflect in the way we manage the single market. It has also given us new tools to manage things, get notifications, get information on possible obstacles, barriers in the single market. So being more digital ourselves when markets are more digital. And finally, emergencies. We learned and we have tried to draw the lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic. we presented a proposal in September for a single market emergency instrument, which would have two main goals. First, in the panic which emerges when there is a crisis, like the pandemic, or possibly the Russian aggression in Ukraine, or any other future crisis which we hope will never happen but may happen, and we don't know which one. Very often in the panic, borders are closed, people cannot move. There are factories which need to be serviced, but the servicemen are on the wrong side of the border. There are hospitals, but the doctors live on the wrong side of the border, and there are huge disruptions due to border closures. We are trying to have better governance systems so that member states together with the Commission would immediately discuss, take positions, possibly ban or at least mitigate any excesses and keep the borders open in a future crisis. A second important element of that emergency instrument is being better prepared for shortages. And again, the example of the pandemic taught us how vulnerable we are in many ways, how quickly we can lose access to something which is important. And we will be looking at how we can, by cooperating and working jointly and working with our partners outside the EU, ensure better access to critical goods and services also in the future. So that would be my three things for the future of the single market.
Thank you very much for having explained the area in a very understandable and official way, given still your areas and barriers, which probably my colleagues will mention as well. And given barriers the single market is facing, and we can start from protectionism, distorted competition, fragmentation in tax system, separate national markets in given area for financial services, transport, energies, or varied commerce rules. We will come up to them. Standards practices between EU countries, very complicated and very, I would say, aspects that you face in your agendas on a daily basis. So, still coming to you, Outi, what would or what needs to be done still, if you think more on this, with regard to barriers you have mentioned in our panel discussion?
Of course, the very short answer is that although in goods trade most barriers have disappeared, in the area of services there are many barriers. 70% of our economy is about services, but trade in services among the member states is much less than trade in goods. And we have done a lot of studies on barriers. These are typically national regulations on protected professions, companies not being able to combine two activities, advertising bans, you name it. And what we see is that typically a regulation which is meant to protect a good reason only exists in a very small number of member states for any given area and in different sectors. So in other words, we believe that if the majority of the member states does not feel that they would need such national regulations, maybe even mutual learning among member states could help eliminate some of the services barriers. We will also next year put forward some more technical tools to make it easier to notify and discuss and possibly revise services barriers. But then in terms of the processes, the Commission has a lot of people who, as their main jobs, look at complaints and investigate any possible infringements of the EU rules. But secondly, the member states have a very important role. And that's an area where we would like to further improve the cooperation and indeed push the member states to do their part in monitoring that all the EU rules and single market rules are monitored. We have a relatively new body, the Single Market Enforcement Task Force, where member states and the Commission together discuss the most difficult barriers and try to find best ways in good, close, informal and formal cooperation to get rid of them or to reduce them. And finally, all of you, consumers, companies, you can notify barriers, or if you face problems in the single market in moving to live in another country or selling from your business in another country. We have a lot of very easily accessible tools like the Solve It. You can send emails and there are people who help explain what the rules are and who can help take the issue on your behalf to the national authorities of the country where you have this issue. So you can all help be part of building a more, even better functioning single market.
Thank you very much, DOT, for your very expertise and elaboration of the topic and short introduction you did. Just trying to control time, sorry for the constraint, gentlemen, but Ilya, I kindly ask you for your short introduction statement, and we'll try to accommodate the time and audience with the given topics.
Thank you. I will try to mix a bit what I was planning to say and also respond to what you just said. Maybe that also saves a bit of time. I think, point one, I think the single market is more relevant than ever. And I think the different crises that we have been facing or we're still facing, so we had COVID, we have the war between Ukraine and Russia, high inflation, high energy prices, all show that these are better addressed when we work together. But at the same time, we see a problem because during COVID, for instance, we see member states acting by themselves, coming up with their own rules, closing borders, making it, disrupting supply chains. So, for instance, an issue at a certain moment was, can we, because I represent retailers in Europe, we could not get products sometimes to the store. It was not that we were out of products, but it was because of the rules and the temporary measures and all the different types of rules across Europe that made it difficult. So here really is, I think, a role for the EU in the single market to play. And I think a part of that, and you already mentioned that you are working on this single market emergency instrument. For us, that should be an instrument that should keep the single market functioning in times of crisis. And it should not add new burdens on businesses, because when it's crisis, also businesses are in crisis, right? Because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, how it's going to affect your business, but also the same thing for consumers. So I think in this sense, for us, it's very important that we keep that element there. Then maybe a few months ago, we have done a joint statement with other industry organizations from European business organizations, because we actually were very concerned about the single market, because we see a lack of commitment by member states to actually further deepen the single market. There's a lot of talk, and endlessly there are new legal initiatives, but it's only about, we want to regulate more. Every issue that comes on the agenda needs to be regulated. And in our view, that's not the right approach, because the original idea of a single market was a free trade area. And obviously, we know that there is more, obviously, attached to the single market, like you said in the beginning. But this idea seems to be further and further away in time. And we asked the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council to look into that. Look, how can we go back to that original idea and not only endlessly regulate issues? And the problem there is enforcement. If you come up with rules and you cannot enforce them, you distort that level playing field that you were talking about earlier. And what we see is that if you have rules in Europe, European businesses will try to comply. If they don't, you can easily find them because they're within the EU borders. But we see more and more, especially in retail, competition from outside the EU. A lot of people buy now, we all did it, I guess, something from a Chinese web shop, which was probably much cheaper, maybe not the same quality, maybe also not, according to European standards, safe. And this is, in certain countries, really becoming a problem. And now we see all these rules coming towards us with the green transition, with the digital transformation. And for us, this is like, yeah, okay, we understand we need to have rules, but if you only can enforce them in the EU and not enforce them over other companies that sell to EU consumers, I mean, we're going to be out of business. And I think if we go back a bit earlier to the discussions we had today, I mean, how can we ever be some kind of a global economic powerhouse, if we adopt rules that in the end we cannot enforce and hurt our businesses? And then maybe just I have more to say, but I think to wrap it up, because I think there's one important thing that we see now with the high inflation, and I think this is a good, maybe because you just mentioned the single market enforcement task force, where you talk with member states about all kinds of businesses. So what we see now, that a lot of member states try to do something to help consumers deal with high inflation. Obviously, that's a good thing, but at the same time, for our sector, we just had COVID, so a lot of companies don't have a lot of reserves. Sourcing prices of products, you need to buy them somewhere, are increasing, and your operational costs are increasing. And on top of that, we see that consumers they call it down trading, so consumers buy cheaper products or buy less products. So we're in some kind of a squeeze as a sector. And at the same time, we see now in different countries, we see it in Hungary, Croatia, Greece, price regulation rules. So they kept the prices at the retail level. Yeah, that's all nice, but in the meantime, in 2 countries, retailers are selling now products that are kept at a loss. And what happens then is you need to increase your other prices. So it's actually maybe even increasing inflation at the same time. And I think this could be a good thing, I think, that for you to address perhaps in this task force. And I'll stop here because I also want to give my other panelists the time to say something. Thank you.
We'll manage the time still, but let me have, hopefully not the devil's advocate question on you, with regard to what you said and Otis said. Next year, the EU single market will have celebration of its 30 years anniversary. And this question probably I can put to all of the 3 of you. Do you think that the single market is still relevant, and should we strive toward further economic integration in the EU? What would you say to it, Ilya?
Well, it's like I said in the beginning, yes, the single market is more relevant than ever, because this is what we have here in Europe, and I think we need to build on that. And I think it was very funny because in the earlier panel, somebody asked a question like, does the Czech Republic need the euro to be successful in the single market? I'm like, no, it's not relevant. What you need to be successful in the single market is that you play by the rules and that you ensure the other member states play by the rules. And then we come back to the role, I think, of the Commission. You need to make sure that everybody plays by the rules, because that's the only way how we can be successful and how you can have a really good functioning single market. And I think I can give the floor now to
Thank you very much, Ilya. As I said prior, last but not least, Stepan, the floor is yours. Feel free to either wrap up or open, because you might also refer to some of the annotated questions, but it is on your decision the topic. So thank you for opening that.
Thank you very much for the floor. Thank you for your introductory remarks, to both of you. I will try to just maybe put some context on what the EU Presidency Council actually is doing with the single market, because, well, what we heard is that the single market is under fire from many sides. I would definitely agree. It's not that we can bury the single market yet, but there's not much willingness among the member states to do any more in the single markets. It's not that the member states are naughty people who just don't like the single market. As such, is that the pandemic is one element that both of you referred to, and I think it's still a starting point for our thinking that even the Czech Republic, as a big supporter of the single market, which put single market high on the agenda, was the first to close down the borders and the last one to open them for some free circulation of goods and such stupid element as masks and disinfectants and stuff like that. And we were really the last one to liberalize our economy and a free flow of goods. And this was a temptation which was facing many member states, and it's still there. After 30 years of the single market, there's much to celebrate, but the fact that our presidency, even if we put single market high on the agenda, has almost zero legislative proposals from the Commission to further strengthen the single market, it's also something to consider. It's not that I'm blaming the Commission, but the political reality is there, that any further liberalization in services is out of the question. Why? Because the globalization in the whole world is on a backtrack, and it's something which we feel everywhere. WTO is dead. We can maybe convince ourselves that it's not the case, but it's true. No big global superpower is willing to further liberalize their trade relations, no matter what the theater in Washington you may see. That's TTIP or anything close to that is also that. Maybe we can strike a couple of trade deals with our like-minded partners in other parts of the world, but as everybody knows, the trade is bigger between the member states and the countries which are close to each other. So it's a natural element that our EU presidency strive to protect the single market and to tackle all the challenges to the single market, and that's why we are putting really huge emphasis on implementation of the rules we have. We know that probably it's quite high and steep hill to try to protect all that we can, but there are countries such as us, which is heavily dependent on our economic growth on the single market. There are countries which can do without the single market. There are countries which think they can do without the single market, but they are quite eager to invest elsewhere and to have economic ties elsewhere. And then in the end, COVID pandemic was an eye-opener to many, that we need to have a more assertive trade policy, that we need to make sure that our global trade partners are not the ones who are the cheapest, but the ones who are the most reliable. We're halfway there. Still, some member states will have to do some rethinking within them whether the cheapest products are the best or the ones where you can have reliable suppliers are the best. For instance, just a small element, our presidency umbrellas and our presidency ties are very popular, and we are asked by everybody to give them out. We would like to, but they are stuck in a port container in Shenzhen for 3.5 months because the port is in lockdown, and maybe will be in foreseeable future. You will have your ties and umbrellas in February where they will be out of fashion, and that's probably the case not only for the umbrellas but for other elements as well. So that's basically our take from the presidency about the single market, and it's not that we are burying it, but we are trying to protect what we can and to maybe see some small areas where we can add to implementation, notably digital area, the new business models which were mentioned here, which are transnational by definition, but they are fragmented rules everywhere, the digital services, but also the services which are physical in their nature, but they are obtained via a digital app, which, for instance, you probably know, ride sharing, ordering your food and elements like that. So this is my initial comment, and I'm happy to engage in discussion with all of you.
Thank you very much, Stepan. You have actually, of course, responded to my intended first question, but let me have the one. What measures will the Czech government propose with regard to making the EU single market more resilient vis-à-vis the coronavirus and the Russian aggression against Ukraine? If you can, in a given time, elaborate a little on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, the rules of the single market are robust. What we have to look into is the enforcement of these rules. We need to make sure that where there is abuse of these rules, which is usually by a couple of member states or their regional authorities or their local authorities, that there is a swift rectification of this process, that we have a really robust set of measures how to see where the weaknesses are, so you don't have to go to the European Court of Justice with every small complaint, but there is a much quicker resolution or name and shame system as well. On the other hand, we also need to make sure that the rules we have are updated to the new business models and the new realities of transport commerce and the new realities of the way how we live our life, that we use things which we didn't use before and now we don't use some things which we used to use before. I'm thinking notably about the explosion of digital services everybody is using, and how to tackle the fact that we have become dependent or maybe addicted to cheap Russian fossil fuels. Well, we have to understand that the cheapest energy is the energy we don't really use and that we save. Savings are there. Just because of pure operation of the price system, we have saved some 19% of our gas consumption this year as a country. And then we forge our relations with countries which have been reliable and which are like-minded and which do not use trade relations as a weapon. So that's, well, Russia comes first in place, but we have to really reassess whether our other key trade partners are really contributing towards our interests or not, because trade is not a exercise which has zero value, but it's a trade really forges the relations, and in this case our relations have become more fragile.
Thank you very much, Stepan. Dear honorable guests, colleagues, is there any wrap-up statement given your expertise or message you would like to speak of at the end of our panel discussion? Okay, if you feel like you have covered
Give me
all.
the floor. No, I just wanted to point out, I think something interesting. We just launched, or we just published a study about the investment need of the retail and wholesale sector in Europe until 2030 to make and then it's a so on addition what the sector already itself is investing, it's somewhere between 350 and 600 billion euros. That's only one sector, but to be fair, it's one out of 4 businesses in Europe is a retailer or wholesaler, But this is the main focus is digital, it's green, and it's people. And I think this is just an example of the only way, I think, to get there is to have a truly functioning single market, to make sure there is real competition, that we have new ideas, new innovation, because I think that's the only way, at least our sector, can deliver to consumers. At the same time, we need help as well to get there, because these are the ambitions of the EU as well, the digital and green transition. But I think it's clear, and that's probably for all other sectors as well, we cannot do this alone. So I think also, especially now in this time of crisis, where everybody's under pressure and has other priorities, I think it's important that we keep that in mind somehow, and that maybe that this also should come to the foreground in future policy by the Commission and obviously in discussions in the Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ilya. Oti and Stepan, the floor is yours.
A very short closing statement, since we are now in the process of advertising our publications. The point you just made about the need to solve problems much faster than through spending years at the Court of Justice is really very important and essential. And of course, the task force and other fora and the internet tools for reporting problems help. But what you said of naming and shaming, I also wanted to market our single market scoreboard, which will be published in January next year as part of the single market 30 years package. But it is a digital publication. The current version is available on our website, and this is where we rank member states on how they have implemented rules, and it is an effective tool which also deserves its place. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything you want to add, Stepan? So we are perfect in timing. Obviously, our honorable audience also might be observing that the introduction was very right. They're really very experienced colleagues whom I sincerely thank, because to me, and hopefully also to the audience, this discussion was enriching. And at least I leave very relieved that if everything regarding the single market and its resilience is covered by you and your colleagues, then I'm relieved, and I thank you for all efforts you do.
Thank you.
Thank you for being panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for another discussion, and I have now very nice duty to give you the time for coffee. So we have another coffee break, and please come back here at 7 o'clock, because we will have another discussion focusing on the green and digital transformation. So please come back here at 7 o'clock so we can start on time. Thank you. Dear guests, welcome back at the Prague European Summit's Golden Hall. Now we have time for the next discussion, one of the top discussions that we will have during the program of the Prague European Summit. And this time we will discuss whether Europe can lead in the green and digital transformation. And I'm very happy that we have great speakers for this panel that will take us approximately 1 hour. And after this panel, we will proceed with Vision for Europe Award ceremony. So for sure, stay here. And regarding some organizational issues, I would like to ask you if there is any free seats next to you, try to move into the middle of the hall so people who are still entering the room can find a seat easily. So please try to go a little bit into the middle of the hall, take the seats which are in the middle. Thank you very much. So that's from the organizational side. I think that we can start with this super important panel discussion. I would like to now invite my colleague, journalist as well, Wester van Gaal, who is a journalist from EU Observer. EU Observer is among the top partners, media partners of the whole summit, and it's great that Wester van Gaal can moderate this particular discussion. And I would like to also ask our dear speakers to take their seats to join us here on the stage. You can choose the seats would you like to take, so you can come here. And so yes, you can take the seats, and I will now pass the floor to my colleague Wester van Gaal to take the floor and to moderate this panel discussion. So please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you also for inviting me to moderate here and to share the stage with the learned panel next to me. Dawn of a New Age, very big title. I think we might conclude after these talks. I don't know, we might already be past dawn a little bit, approaching high noon. Let me first introduce all the panelists next to me. First, Deputy Prime Minister for Digitization, Ivan Bartoš.
Good evening to everyone.
Next to Mr. Bartoš is Minister of Digital Transformation, Emilia Stojmenova-Duch. Was that okay? Okay. On the other side is Monika Latmanova, I'm very sorry, head of the European Commission representation of the Czech Republic, who will give us also an overview of all the discussions. And next to me is Liliana Pavlova, Vice President of the European Investment Bank. And I think we could start off by just giving you each the floor and just shortly, think about what it entails for Europe to become a leader in the twin transitions. And I would also challenge you to start. And also maybe give us a sense of what this leadership means, because we've been talking about resource independence and also about the technological innovation, but it also means something more. Like someone in the previous panel said, we're in a battle of narratives, right? So what actually means our leadership in these two transitions? Please.
So, good evening, everybody, dear Vice Prime Minister, dear Minister and Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me. I came here to confirm that the green and digital transition still lies in the heart of the political agenda of the European Union. And it is despite the changed context in which these two priorities were defined. It was at the beginning of the mandate of the current European Commission led by President von der Leyen. And these two priorities, the green and digital transition, are of a different nature and of a different dynamics. The climate change and the environmental degradation is an existential threat to Europe and to the entire world. So the green transition will not happen on its own. And the European Green Deal, you know it all, it is to set the objectives and the measures to achieve the change and not to let the planet to disappear. The European Green Deal is meant to transform the EU into the modern, resource-efficient and competitive economy which leaves no one and no place behind. While the digitalization and the digital transformation is changing our lives as we speak. It is changing the way we communicate, the way we do business, the way we do politics. And the European Digital Strategy aims to make this transformation work for people and for the business, while also helping to achieve the green transition and the decarbonization. Because, as you know, in June 2021, the member states of the European Union took a landmark decision and the binding target of achieving the carbon neutrality by 2050. Tragically, the Russian aggression towards Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, which makes a lot of people suffering and also devastating the infrastructure, has drastic consequences for the food security, for the energy situation, for other segments of our economy, hence for the digital and the green transition. But as the European Union, we are not backtracking, we adapt. New measures were taken to respond to the Russian aggression. And let me remind ourselves the swiftness, how the decision was made. It was before COVID that taking the decision at the European level took years. During the COVID, it was months. And now during the war, it's just weeks. So I think it deserves a reflection. Currently, the Czech presidency to the European Council is progressing on both agendas, on the green and the digital agenda as well. As we speak, the COP27 in Egypt is discussing how to better cooperate to address the climate change and its devastating impact on the world. The commitments to the green and digital transition is underpinned by the European actions, a lot of initiatives, and of course by massive and robust investment. These two transitions are intertwined, I don't have to tell you, and majority of the reduction of the CO2 emissions by 2030 will be made or available due to the existing technologies, while the decarbonization by 2050 will be available by technologies which are now only in the prototype or demonstration phase. In other words, the digital technologies like the Internet of Things or artificial intelligence or the data-based technologies play a key role in addressing the climate change and the reducing the degradation of the environment. A lot needs to be done, indeed. It needs, of course, the massive uptake and the rollout of the green technologies by industry. The reform of the economy into more circularity is needed, and we also shouldn't forget about the profound shifts we can anticipate at the European labor market in all sectors. And this whole transition can be successful only if it is accompanied by the adequate policy framework. The European policy framework will also need to adapt. It will need to adapt to economic, to technological, and also social developments. But again, I'm here to confirm that the European Commission is taking targeted actions in supporting the development of emerging technologies and funding projects which will drive the climate change and the neutrality by 2050. This will be my statement for the beginning.
Thank you so much. And I would want to ask Mr. Bartos to also give an opening statement, and also maybe ask him what, as a person with deep knowledge of digital systems, what your priorities are and what the challenges are you see in front of you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I maybe start a little bit differently. The two crises, the last two crises, I hope last two crises, when the war on Ukraine will be over and there will be a peace, and the COVID for 2 years learned us one thing. If economy is prosperous, even though we've got common goals, common targets, it seems to us that we have plenty of time to do the transformation, to fulfill the commitments. And if we take a look on both topics, green on one hand and the digital, it was Joschka Fischer almost 40 years ago when they went to the Bundestag, elected Greens, being weirdos when no one understands what they are saying. Oh, we cannot pollute the planet with the CO2 and with emissions and produce that and that. We should take care of environment because it's smart. We are closely dependent on it to survive, to have a land give us food when we grow that. We just cannot poison the air and poison the rivers. In those some 40 years, the environmental policies became policies of any party, no matter if you are conservative, if you are left or right, in different quality and different emphasis. Everybody deals with that. As well, the digital transformation and transformation to information society. I was born 1980, when it was millennium. I was like, cool, man, this is like the most cool time in the world. But we are 22, and the transformation is not speeding up to the needs that we do have. We've got excellent technology run by business, but it's not in the service of the individual governments to dealing with the everyday's life. It's also help people on the commercial basis, but we cannot do that same thing on the national level, as well as a security. So I mean, and that was one first thing when I got as a minister to the Cohesion Forum, it was the 8th Cohesion Forum, when Ursula von der Leyen was speaking there as well. So she was like so optimistic, and it somehow a little bit infected me. It say, we've got long-term goals, right? We've got crisis. I understand you have a lack of money, but we're gonna invest. But we don't have to only face the crisis, do the post-COVID recovery, but we also have to keep the goals that we already agreed on. So better get in rush, work hard, we can achieve everything. And it may happen that we cannot achieve everything in the time we already said we will, but postponing that change, it's only you are buying your time. And obviously through both crises we went through, who was prepared more, who diverse, who had more renewables on the ground, was less affected by the crisis. As well, of the countries who were massively digitalized, who got technology in place already serving people. It could be national version of EID, it could be healthcare system and telephonic healthcare that was very, very sufficient during the COVID. States that they had experience with online education could provide online education much better to the kids during the COVID when the schools were closed. And Czech Republic, and it's a sad thing, was the country of you whose schools were closed the most time of the COVID crisis. So basically, even with the digital technology, and you said there are a lot of narratives, it's something new, we don't need them. First, it's in there, and both, even the green transformation and the digital transformation, is a necessity to actually succeed in the future. And when we combine those two, and it's very relevant, right? Because what else could calculate the best process of producing something than artificial intelligence, or, for example, quantum computing using an open data and open science results, which is another thing that is very important to information society. So both changes started many years ago, and if you've got working business module, right, we want to have a work-life balance. You know, you don't rush. But then, you know, if you are too late, you are missing something. Either your companies are not growing fast enough, or there is a war, you cannot, you know, feed your industry with energy. And one sad thing about this, that we are people, we make mistakes, and often you have to get a very tough lesson to actually say, wow, that was smart from very beginning. So when I'm seeing the strategies, the goal, the regulation framework and legislation, that's something that we agreed that somehow applying the policies from the thoughts and strategies to the ground, because we already understand by those two last bad experiences with the crisis that it is important and it is worth of that. And we have to carry this when we take the policies to the ground, when we do the projects. And sometimes it's hard to explain people, even of my generation, you know, why it is important. And then we can take it to very local level. It's hard for people to understand the complexity of climate change worldwide. You see some Africa states who are drying, few more rains, less rains in the Central Europe, but recently big fires even in Czech Republic, or the earthquakes, right? And then you say, but how can I explain it to them closer? And then it means we provide you better job for more money in clean environment. And when you take it to the ground and say that chimney that's next to your house won't be there in 10 years. And even though if you are living close to, let's say, a highway, you know, which also produce a lot of noise, at least electric cars doesn't do that, right? So when you take it to the ground, you can explain it to the people of the things that they very know. That's an opportunity. It's a better paid job. It's a healthy environment. And in that particular case, I still think we are a little bit failing, because that's acceptance of the change that it's completely necessary. And you asked me about concrete things. I'm very happy we found agreement on the digital decade. Combined with the Green Deal, I think those are the main principles that we shall apply, because a lot of technology consumes a lot of energy, which was mentioned here. There is also unbelievable momentum of amount of investments. Either the money that are coming from Recovery and Resilience Fund, on as we talk with Liliana about the options of even to teach institutions and municipalities and the states how to work with the sophisticated financial instruments. And we should invest that money wisely into the transformation that would, starting affordable housing, healthcare, anything, would save money, energy, lives, and get us to the very point, and I believe we do it because of that, and the leaders are promoting the policies because of that, because it's that work-life balance. It's an index of happiness we are trying to achieve, that you do reasonable work, can take care of your kid, you know, looking towards a happy retirement in the healthy environment, and to save the planet, of course, which is an important thing.
Let me give the word to Minister Doch. I hear a lot of overlap as well with the priorities here, and also, for example, using data to optimize policies. Please let me know what you're doing in Slovenia to increase digitization and to tackle these challenges.
Okay, when we started discussing today, I started with the infrastructure, but now I will go backwards. So when we are speaking about the green and digital transformation, a lot of times we're seeing from the perspective of technology, we're seeing from the perspective of infrastructure. Also today I was speaking before we started with one of the participants about the infrastructure, but nothing really helps if we don't have the skills. So we really need the skills of the people so that they will be able to use that infrastructure, they will be able to use that technology. Otherwise, all the investments that we're putting there are just waste of money and time. So in Slovenia, we are investing in infrastructure. We are investing in high-speed broadband. We are investing in 5G as well. We are investing a lot in new technologies. When I'm asked about what are the technologies, the trends in the technologies, I don't want to speak about that. By education, I'm an electrical engineer. I know that these things change very fast. I don't want to speak what will happen in the next 3 years. I would like to speak about what are the needs of the people, because in my opinion, the sustainable development goals, the climate change, this is our goal. The digital transformation is only the tool that will lead us there. So this is how I would like to speak. And our job, you are also Minister for Digitalization, is just to find what kind of technologies will help us to reach that. So for us, the skills are very important to make sure that really, and these are not only words, but that really no one is left behind. And not only on our national level, but on global level. Because it doesn't help if everybody in your country is digitally skilled or is aware of the climate changes. We need everybody in the world. It is not enough if we are using green technologies in our country, but then we are sending the other kind of technologies in the neighboring countries, because we are living on the same planet. So for us, it is important also to work with other countries as well, to share practices, to share experience. Another thing that is very important is not just to talk, but to act. So it is really time now. You said you were born in the 80s. I was born in 85, so I had crisis after crisis after crisis, which is not always bad. When you're in a crisis, then you are able to make decisions. And now, after two very big crises, we had the health crisis, now we have energy crisis, we have a very bad situation in Europe. And it is really time to change our mindset and to decide what do we want and where we are aiming for. I know I'm not speaking about what we're doing in Slovenia, sorry, but my colleagues motivated me to do that. So for me, it is very important, and in Slovenia, now it is the time to say, okay, we won't be global leaders when it comes to digital transformation in every field, but these are the niches where we would like to be the best. And if you like to be the best, it is not enough that we produce a lot of different papers and action plans and strategies and I don't know what kind of documents, but it is important to say, okay, this is where we want to go. We are going to dedicate resources. We are going to find the best experts. We are going to find the funds, whether it's public funding. If we don't have enough public funding, we are going to find some other resources of funding, and we are going there. And what is also very important is to have leaders. So leaders that are dedicated, leaders that are also have the courage to do and not only speak. So I think this is what we're doing right now in Slovenia.
Act and make the right choices. Like as a Dutchman, I can tell you, because we are one of the first early adapters in digitization, and back in the 90s we made a lot of bad decisions, right? So now we're figuring out oh, actually we don't have the right systems now to adapt to this new uncertain world. Vice President Pavlova, please go ahead and reflect on this issue.
Okay, thanks a lot. First of all, thanks a lot for the opportunity to be here today in this excellent panel, and I'm really happy to see that it's this time female prevailing as a number of panelists, which is great from that perspective. And thank you for being brave of having being minority. But on the serious stance, I was thinking to speak in the different direction and manner, but I was also inspired by my fellow panelists, and I would like indeed to start where you finished, and these are really the skills and the leadership, because the point in your question was, can Europe lead? Europe can, should and must, because indeed we need Europe being a leader in both in green and digital transformation. We cannot afford to be laggards, neither in green nor in digital transformation. And we need to support innovation, we need to support skills, dissemination of existing and support of developing new technologies. And while I believe that today Europe is already leader in climate innovation, on green technologies, Europe is definitely lagging behind on high technologies, on artificial intelligence, big data, and machine learning, you name it, all technologies we have. So what is extremely important for us to accelerate to channel the right means and resources, because technologies will shape the future, the globe, and the technologies which are available today are not enough. They are not sufficient, they are not the right, and they won't help us to succeed in our transition to carbon-free economy. So in order to shape the future with the right technologies, we need private investors who are putting their money to risk, to innovate. But those private investors, those innovators, need support of the public authorities, creating the right policies, like stimulus, and public institutions like EIB, the European Investment Bank, which we are very interesting and very, sometimes strange to explain, because on one side we are a European institution, but at the same time we are a bank. And we finance bankable, well-prepared, mature projects. So there is a huge funding gap if we are to achieve green and digital transformation, if we are to advance with technologies to support innovation. And I believe this is exactly our role as EU Climate Bank, to channel, to allocate the resources available, both in the direction of financing good and mature project technologies, financing skills, knowledge sharing, to support also transfer of knowledge and capacity, because sometimes we do have in Europe excellent research and development practices, institutions and centers, but in order these great minds and ideas to become and to be realized on the market, we need to provide extra mile, extra support for them. So this is how I see our role as an institution, and at the same time to provide something of which we are really proud of, our in-house expertise, providing technical, financial support for the strategies, for the projects, for learning experience, because this is what we just discussed with the Deputy Prime Minister. It's always good to share experience, to give advice, how things should be done, what are the best ways, but also sharing lessons learned and experience of how things don't work, what are the best practices, because time is of essence. We don't have time. We have very, very short time to act and to react, and we need to be decisive. We need to be united, and we cannot afford losing time in making the right steps in order Europe indeed to be a leader in both digital and green transformation.
Thank you. To stay with the topic of money a little bit, we just exited a historic moment. We created a huge investment fund, Recovery EU, 800 billion euros, which is now supposed to be also redirected a little bit to help support energy crisis needs and those kind of things. So I would ask the Commission to kick it off and explain to us how this might help us, the existing funds. And also I would invite both ministers here to reflect on the plans that were drawn before
the crisis with Russia, the war in Ukraine erupted. So, but just let's start with you. Yeah, thank you.
So both the Next Generation EU, the budget which has been renegotiated during the COVID crisis, and the Recovery and Resilience Facility, they are of course meant to kick on the economy after the pandemic. And as I said, we need to adapt. So after the beginning of the war in Ukraine, it is constantly reconsidering how the national recovery plans can adjust to what is happening. But at the same time, the flexibility in these recovery plans, which has been already agreed, and it is the long procedure, you can imagine, within the European
700 pages
institutions, exactly. It's not easy to allow because there is a changing political environment, and the minister mentioned it himself. We see what is happening around us in Europe in different countries. There are different, or rather new actors taking power. There are maybe unknown expectations from these players, political players. So it is also the strategy of the European Commission to keep the recovery funds and the recovery plans as it was initially agreed, and to allow only for additional resources to be added as loans for the specific situations, like, for example, the energy situation. But let me remind ourselves again that the recovery facility and the recovery plans had two conditions, among many others. But the major one was that 37% of the spending has to be directed towards the green transition, and at least 20% to the digital transition. So again, this is all complex, and the money which are available and which are for the first time being negotiated for the member states at the capital market, because this is also a novelty for the Next Generation EU budget. For me, it means greater integration, because the loan will be paid together by the member states, but this we can discuss at another forum. So these money are available for member states with already the vision that the future generation will be binded by the commitment to get back the money, but also with the vision that this is exactly for the next generation, to make sure that the happiness you've mentioned is achieved. Even though I would like to challenge you on this, like, are we here to be happy, or what is our... And again, it's for another forums. I hope I answered your question. I can go deeper into the different models of the funds, but I think...
Yes, no, this is a great answer. And also, please interject if you want.
If I may, because we do have indeed the streamlined multi-annual financial framework with the different operational programs on one side. We do have the Next Generation EU and the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the plans which are financed in the countries. We do have our complementary co-financing which we are providing, and we as a EIB group, we are providing something like 80 billion euro per year in support of the different investments inside and outside of EU. But what I wanted to follow up on the investment. First of all, the investment needs are large, and neither governments, local authorities, public or private sector cannot achieve to succeed with the targets or to overcome the consequences of the crisis and of the war by itself, on its own. So we need to unite forces and efforts, first thing. Second, we see the tendency, especially in the countries in our region, preference or dependence on grants and state budget subsidies. And I think, and they are not enough. So the only way, if we are to succeed, if we are to fill the investment gap, is to leverage and to crowd in private financing, and to use and to mobilize resources based on as we call it, reuse of funds. So unless we are investing smartly, with efficient and with good project, good incentives, and repayable project, in order First of all, the repayable projects you have the incentive to implement them successfully much faster, and using the reflows, the repayments, you can reinvest and reinvest many times. So this is a very important element of the discussion. So grants are necessary. State subsidies are extremely important for certain sectors, for social, with the social dimension, but for all the rest, where we can have indeed the reinvestment that they are in place, we need to stimulate it, and we need to invest more and more in this kind of more innovative, combined instruments, supported with grants, but at the same time to have this incentive to repay and to be successful in the implementation of projects. So this is my emphasis, and I believe that after this programming period, amidst all crises and all the different challenges we are facing, from the next programming period, we will have less grants, much more loans, financial instruments, and more flexible and new innovative instruments. And this is where we need to build the skills, capacity, and knowledge to be able successfully to develop those.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Minister Duch, do you to reflect on the recovery fund as well, which you have laying around from the previous government as well, and do you feel enough flexibility to invest it in the green and the digital projects you want?
I will be very sincere. I will be. Yes. So our recovery and resilience plan was prepared by the previous government, which is not a problem on its own, but we don't even have the same definition for what is green and what is digital. So now we have to implement projects that we don't believe in. And this is a problem, and this is why we need the flexibility. Also, the milestones that were set, some of the milestones are simply not achievable. And this is a huge problem for us. So the government that we have now is we would like to have more digital, we would like to have more green in our national recovery and resilience plans. Also, the needs of the people are different, because I was writing emails to the European Commission when the previous government was preparing the plan, that they're simply not involving everybody. I was leading a digital innovation hub, which is one of the mechanisms, and the digital innovation hubs were not involved in the preparement of the recovery and resilience plans. So here, but the most important thing really is the needs changed. The needs of the people, the needs of the industry, because of also of the energy crisis. So we believe that the European Commission will be a little bit flexible here, and that we will be able to make some changes.
So I think maybe I'll ask maybe the Commission to respond if she wants, and then or not. Also ask Mr. Bartos if you want to weigh in here a little bit, and after I would like to go to the questions from the room as well.
No, I hear you, and believe me, I have a deep understanding for your situation. I could say that the situation is similar in this country, right? Because the plan was prepared by the previous government, and then there is a change also, in maybe more progressive projects. I believe that there is a space for the reasonable balance in, finding the way how to implement maybe more green, more digital projects. And I'm sure that the colleagues in Brussels, which are in charge, are also hearing you. But for example, here in Czech Republic, in my office of the European Commission, we have two colleagues which are in a daily contact with the ministries, with the Minister of Regional Development, Minister of Industry, and they are trying also to negotiate and to facilitate the exchange between the office in Brussels and between the ministries to bring out the needs which are necessary. And I think that nobody wants to have a rigid recovery plan which is not responding to the challenges anymore, because the entire idea of the recovery and resilience facility is to respond to the current challenges and needs. So I would wait a little bit. I mean, still push, but I'm sure that the voice of ministers from member states will be heard. That would be my anticipation.
Yes, I actually can say that the discussion with the Commission was okay. We talk about the issues we've got with the milestones, as you mentioned, or with the projects that were just somehow, put it in there and they don't make sense anymore. One thing I'd like to depict, and of course, that's the skills, right? And I'm talking about it because I taught in university. I've got a young daughter. That young people are not getting the skills they need, and older people are forgetting. And then you've got this middle that never had it, and some of them had. So the situation would be in the future very problematic. So next year, if we need to focus on someone, 2023, the year of skills, empowerment of the women in IT, so Europe won't have 20% of a female employed in ICT related, but would have it significantly represented as we are on half, right, male and female. But the thing is, I don't really, I'm not focused on that, what kind of money currently is on stock, because all of them horizontal principles are already agreed and common. And if you want to use European money, either it's a European Investment Bank, or it's a recovery fund, or it would be a loan, which historically no one wanted, but everybody wants it right now. Probably we too as well. But so all of them principles are present, right? So any money that is coming in there, you couldn't probably build a new brown coal facility for produce. You won't. You still got the old ones, right? One thing that somehow doesn't fit to this concept is that there is a different level of evolvement of the ecosystem of each country, right? If you are less digital, so no big deal, right? Especially with the green targets, right? It makes a difference if you are in the crisis. For example, Czech Republic, when gas was considered before the war, and it's reflected in the recovery fund, but also in modernization fund, right? It was, okay, we do gas temporarily for next 10 years, and then we go to something that's completely CO2 neutral, right? But all of them projects prepare of this kind of transformation are nonsense, because it would require either cheap gas, or we would have to be able to produce a biogas by our own facility, which is not clean enough. If you produce a hydrogen, it's from the coal, so it doesn't make a sense anyway. So we have to rethink very fast. And in the time of the crisis, when we had those till the 2030, 2050, it allows states and its businesses, and we have to say that the cooperation is essential, because we are politicians, we've got visions, we are leaders. We want to have things like that in the good of the people, which I believe we know, but we have to ask often, more often. But then it's obvious, if you are just like pure business company, why should you care that much about changing your business model? You are pushed by the society to be socially responsible, but your main goal is to create sustainable business model of the growth that will make your stockholders money, or to you as an owner. And it was historically in many things that keeping the old business model or old resources, even if you pay whatever fees or you get less loan, is just like better for your business model, because you're still getting the money and you don't have to invest because it's efficient and you don't look towards 20 years in the future, which we have to get rid of that way of thinking. COVID showed us that the cooperation of all of the participants, from the academics who are not, indexing their data in expensive databases anymore because they need somebody else to have that research on a COVID vaccine, whatever invention in the healthcare. And this cooperation requires to actually don't stick to the old modules of thinking just because it gives you relatively peaceful ruling as a governor. Nobody yells at you something expensive, I have to use something that I'm not used to, but also for the businesses that this transformation is something they want to do. And it's worth of it, especially with the energy in the future with the current prices. And this is something like Vogue moment, right? If this doesn't prove you were wrong, guys, with somehow slowing that acceleration, for example, regarding the energy resources, this is the moment when everybody had to agree that was a bad attitude towards something that's common. And if the state is not prosperous, right, the companies are not prosperous. And Europe is quite big, so if we want to succeed and be leader, and we will be, and in the space technology in the future, and in the others, this is the only way. Cooperation that is mutually beneficial. Like nobody is actually creating extras on that cooperation. Neither do governments to pumping their businesses, you know, to whatever, but not the businesses because of unregulated environment on abusing some of them benefits that are given by EU by providing free market opportunities and as well subsidies that are currently going to the business segment. So Recovery and Resilience Fund is not like what the government's gonna do and we buy better laptops and make cool e-golf. Yeah. It's a transformation money to entire society. And we have to understand that specific moment and we have to succeed.
You wanted to say something short because I wanted to get to the question.
Yes, sure. Two elements. As pandemic was catalyst for digitalization, the current energy crisis is a catalyst for decarbonization. At the same time, companies are reluctant, as the minister said, to invest because we are living in an environment of so many uncertainties and of course companies are afraid. So what is our role? I mean, governments, public institutions, commissions around all the funds to ensure that we provide de-risking facilities, instruments, support, frameworks, whatever is needed in order for the private sector to be not to be afraid to invest, because this is the right moment of doing so. So this is what just I wanted to say. And one last thing. Europe counts for only 10% of CO2 emissions. So if we are to be successful in green transformation, we need all other global actors to be together. So we need to act globally, not on European continent only, but we need to act globally with US and with Asia, with other continents. Otherwise, it makes no sense.
Well, that's a great segue because someone asked. Well, let me just first, because there's a lot of questions about this particular subject. I think a lot of people want to know, and we can stay with this a little bit, does this moment actually speed up the transition? Because there's obviously a lot of opportunities and advantages to switch to renewables, but there's also, as you say, a lot of uncertainty. So maybe someone else would want to weigh in and answer that. I'll just leave it. Whoever wants, yeah, please.
Maybe I will start and remind about the plan which has been proposed by the Commission called Repower EU, and it was in late May when, as a reaction to the aggression in Ukraine and the energy insecurity and non-affordability, etc., the targets for getting more renewable resources by 2030 was increased. So I think that this is the answer to your question. So it is seen as an opportunity. But for this, the enabling framework is necessary. So there was also a suggestion how to ensure that the switch to renewable is speeded up through creating the go-to zones, through simplifying the license procedure and many others, and of course through the massive investments. So I think that if we see it in the complexity and we prepare the measures which are also not only like one way to go and one size fits all, but there is a flexibility in how we can achieve these targets, which needs to be realistic but ambitious to keep the leadership. To get back to your first question, I think that this is achievable, but I'm the optimist by nature.
Any pessimists in the room? No? So I like, yeah.
Okay, we have to, even though we are members of the European Union for many years, right, and a lot of legislation could be somehow in sync with the European legislation, sometimes it's a situation of the individual country legislation system. We create I'm in there for 13 years, and I was first elected to government 2017, so up to parliament. So basically, we are not somehow responsible for the mess in specific legislation regarding how the energy is being solved and regulated within the country, what's the shape of construction legislation, for example. And historically, you had an issue, or you had somebody who lobbed a lot, so we had a lot of weird things so first of all the countries somehow make placing renewables in the field easier, right? Either with some amendments, or they change the law, or they made some exceptions, and even the Germany, speeded up the bureaucratic process of doing that. And we are saying the target announced by countries. France was today about the parking lots for a lot of cars. If it's of that size, they're going to be in 5 years, everything covered with renewables, which also helps the cars not to be so heated from the sun. But whatever, with this amount of production. And those are the goals. But then you somehow hit to the, let's say, historically messy or not transformed legislation. So even though you've got idea, you've got money, you've got place to do it, you have, which is an important thing, because the requests for not only for the solars, it's like increasing, and we are having troubles as we had during the COVID crisis. And even now with the chips, we are having problems to have a, let's say, working technology of a solars and energy solution. I'm not talking about the batteries here, that's another thing, which is important. So basically, even though all of them criteria is fulfilled, and it's good when you do them, right? Because then it's the only thing that you need is to change the legislation. So it could also be stopped on this individual commitment based on you just have so messy system that you cannot push it through on the national level, which means legislative change, which even if you got majority in the parliament can take you a year, if it's not like very current thing of fixing something that goes completely wrong because of the crisis. So that's important. And then one more thing, which we learned in COVID, and it would lead in the future, you said more integration, because we are using basically federal money, right? All the countries are borrowing money. It's not like from the subsidies to EU from the countries. But we shall think of not talking sustainability and resilience and sovereignty, not think of that individual countries in all of them things, which we found in COVID, right? Protect the borders, okay, right? Then why shall we buy things together? We buy it faster this way, or we make the private deal on government to government. So many things that will be produced should not be in individual country by its own implementation. In digital, do we have sufficient IT specialists, developers to do it? Many things could be done already as a digital common solution to any state that want to use it, right? Not all the states would have a chip factory, obviously. So place it somewhere, then other can benefit for them, and think of a strategic things as for entire Europe, right? Rather than if Czech Republic would be sustainable in this and that and that. Obviously, in many cases, we won't be. That's why the partnership and solidarity and common approach is very important.
Sure.
I will be very short. When we're speaking, no problem. When we're speaking about digital and green transformation, we really need to see holistically, because we're speaking about solar panels. But we need raw materials, we need aluminium. And if we want to produce them, this is not clean, and we lose a lot of energy. So we really need to see the whole picture here. And when we're speaking about batteries, we also need materials, and we also have some waste there. So this is what I'm missing. We are looking only from one perspective, but we're forgetting about the other perspective. So I hope that we will start discussing the whole picture soon.
I have 2 words for you: strategic autonomy. 3 words: open strategic autonomy.
Yeah, but
So it's not all or nothing.
It's not that, okay, I use a like example that are actually known to, and common people understand that. Obviously, when we were talking about the battery production, there is a secondary usage, for example, when we talk about affordable housing, as a storage next to the housing facilities, but still it's not the life cycle of the battery is not over yet, then it degrades to the level that you cannot use it anymore. What we gonna do with that? So the circular economy as a part of sustainability is very, very important of the resources, of the technology that we use. But you know how long, and it's not over yet, to, let's say, eco-friendly design. You still go to the store and you can buy a toy for a kid of this size with this plastic bag, right, over that plastic cover. So we produce a lot of things that we don't need that actually polluting the planet. And how hard is to find 27 countries agreed on something that's just quite simple to understand. And what the fights we are getting currently with our USB-C, the only charging end of the, but it makes sense if you think holistic, and those little things actually do make change as well. So yeah, completely agree.
One sentence.
Okay,
and on top of everything which was said, we should not forget that the best way to succeed is savings, energy savings. And there is a huge potential in buildings, in public, private buildings. Potential is huge. So we need to focus, of course, renewables, but also energy efficiency, energy savings. This is key.
Well, and of course, we need enough people to do it, as you pointed out. So there's a lot more things we could discuss, but we don't have any time anymore. But I did want to raise one question, because someone asked, how is Europe going to lead the digital transition if, okay, as long as we are the land where many unicorns are born only to see them leave? So successful startups, they grow and then they leave. So that's basically a European story a little bit. Do you want to weigh in there?
Yes, this is the biggest problem, because first of all, any innovation, any great idea, we have plenty of ideas, not all of them materialize. But at the moment, we do have the unicorns. They are just very quickly attracted, especially in US, because what we still are not, let's say, fast enough. That's why I said always time is of essence. We are still not maybe fast enough in Europe to finance, to support them from the start when they are still at the riskier phase. This is first thing, and second is also to have the right incentives. And I believe this is what exactly we are doing, to be brave enough to finance even those who might not succeed. And this is the biggest problem in Europe so far. We were not taking the risk. We were financing only those who has a real chance to succeed. Yeah. Now we need to, the game changer is we need to finance much more, and to take the risk that maybe 50, 60, 70% won't succeed. This is the only way.
Failure. Is this something you want to weigh in on as well?
I agree with you. We should not be afraid of failing, but see that as a learning lesson. But I think things will change. If you just take a look what was happening in the last few days, Meta just fired more than 10,000 people, then Twitter. So I think things are changing a lot, and maybe there are some that are leaving, but there are people that are coming to Europe as well. So I will stay optimistic.
Thank you. And I would only add that we will succeed in keeping these if we really reduce the red tapes for companies, and if we create a real digital single market in Europe, because as big as the market is, as interesting for the companies it remains. But maybe one last word, if everybody has a right for the last word.
That's allowed.
I thank you, because I just have to say that this whole discussion about investments and the possibilities and the need to focus on the green and digital transition, it has one underlined principle, that we have to continue our support to Ukraine, because Ukraine has to win and Putin has to lose.
Thank you so much. Sadly, this is the end. We don't have any more time, but I want to thank my panelists. It was really good to speak with you. And, well, have a great evening, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much for discussion. I would like to thank the moderator and also to the speakers. We are now entering the last phase, the last part of today's program. So please stay in this room. We will just quickly set the scene because we will proceed with the award ceremony. So for sure, stay with us for this ceremony which will be the highlight of today's program, let's say. Meanwhile, let me only briefly mention the partners of the summit. When it comes to institutional partners, I can remind you that this event is co-organized by the Office of the Government of the Czech Republic, and this event is side event of the Czech EU presidency. Also, one of the top partners is the representation of the European Commission in the Czech Republic, European Investment Bank, Hans Seidel Stiftung, and City of Prague. When it comes to main partners, we can name Stratos Auto, which has been active on the Czech market for more than 28 years, and it's one of our most important partners. And also EIT Urban Mobility, which is an initiative of European Institute of Innovation and Technology, a body of the EU that aims to accelerate the transition to a sustainable urban mobility and livable cities. And also another general media partner is the Czech television, the Czech public broadcaster. So these are the main partners. Of course, we have to thank them for their support of this great event, and we will slowly start with another session of this 2 days program, because of course this is not the only day of the Prague European Summit. Tomorrow we will continue with another series of interesting discussions, and right now we are setting the scene for another musical performance. As you remember, we begin this summit with a musical performance given by the Music and Dance faculty of the Academy of Performing Arts in Prague, and we are glad that we will listen to another musical performance in few seconds. After the musical performance, we will start the Vision for Europe award ceremony. Let me only remind you that the Vision for Europe is the annually bestowed award for distinguished personalities who have, in the course of their lives, devoted substantial efforts to the establishment and development of European ideas. So we will see the ceremony coming soon. But before the ceremony, it's my pleasure to welcome here artists, musicians from the Academy of Performing Arts in Prague. So we are just waiting for our performers. I can already invite them here to go into the front of the hall. I can see that our artists, musicians are already coming to give us another musical performance. So please, we can give small applause to musicians from the Academy of Performing Arts in Prague. So please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for this wonderful musical performance given by musicians who are active at the music and dance faculty of the Academy of Performing Arts in Prague. I think that we can give another applause to the performers. And now a highlight of this evening, the Vision for Europe Award ceremony is beginning. I'm very glad that the Prague European Summit tradition continues and that we can give this very nice prize to another important personality of the Czech and also European diplomacy. As I said before, Vision for Europe is prize for personalities who have, in the course of their lives, substantially helped to create and to push forward the European ideas, the idea of European cooperation, the cooperation among nations, and who devoted themselves to make European integration more accessible to European public as well. And I'm very glad that this year's award will be granted to Mr. Karel Schwarzenberg, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic. And I'm very happy that this prize can be awarded to Mr. Schwarzenberg by Tomáš Pojar. Tomáš Pojar is the advisor of the Prime Minister for Foreign and Security, and he's also Deputy Minister for European Affairs of the Czech Republic. So I would like now to ask Mr. Pojar to go here in front and to give us his speech and start the ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a true honor for me to present here someone who does not need to be presented at all, because I'm sure that all Czechs know very well the magnitude of Prince Schwarzenberg as the forester and innkeeper, as he calls himself, always with a bow tie, as I respected today as well. A true European with 700 years of history in Bohemia, someone who has devoted his life to fight and support for freedom and democracy in the dark times of Czechoslovakia during the Iron Curtain and Soviet occupation. Someone who has supported freedom in this country, and not only in this country, elsewhere, and not only Europe, but basically globally. Someone who has been a great supporter of all human rights causes around the globe. Someone who has been for already more than 3 decades a pillar of Czech foreign policy, of Czech political life. And someone who has been a true European, a conservative with a vision. I must say that it's a privilege for me because I have had the chance to serve directly under him as his deputy foreign minister for several years and then ambassador to Israel. I remember when I first time met him, and it was during the time of a visit of Frank Zappa to Czech Republic, late Frank Zappa, a great American provocateur musician who passed away unfortunately already 30 years ago. But when I was leaving to Israel as Czech ambassador, I got 2 presents, a pipe from Karel Schwarzenberg and a picture or photography done by Tomky Němec of Prince Schwarzenberg and Frank Zappa during this visit in Prague. And I still have the pipe. It has traveled around the globe with me, most recently in Sharm el-Sheikh 2 days ago for the COP27 summit. And I have the photography of Karel Schwarzenberg and Frank Zappa in my apartment so the whole family can see them every morning once leaving the apartment out to the day. So it's been always great and very much insightful and very much learning experience to be with him here in Czech Republic, in Prague, or traveling elsewhere. And I truly think that he's definitely the giant who deserves such award. Karl Schwarzenberg, it's my pleasure and honor to give you the award.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this award, which I admit gives me a great pleasure. But to be honest, I don't think I merit something like this. It's just what I did in my life was the result of experience from my childhood times on. I remember the SS guards on Prague Castle. I remember the communist coup d'etat, and I remember then 1 week before my 11th birthday that we had to leave the country and to stay for 41 years outside of the country. That, to somebody who tries at last sometimes to things, gives some lessons. And the lesson I took from it, that we have to fight for our freedom, for democracy, for the rule of law for our whole time. Maybe the generation which is now grown up took the lessons from the failure of the grandfathers and fathers. We shouldn't forget our grandfathers and fathers fell into the trap of Nazi ideology, of communist ideology, depending only in which nation they grew up. But they, in a great number, fell into this trap. And I don't think that we became much wiser or more resistant. I do think that maybe our children and great children will be in the danger to fall into a new trap. Never that it's the same trap. I don't think that either Nazis or communists will come again. But human stupidity is unlimited, and we will find new ideas which give the same service to establish a totalitarian regime. And we have to fight it. Now, out of the historical experience, it hardly is possible that this illness at the same time breaks out in all countries. As a rule, all countries are hit, but at different time in different form. So if we are not lonely country, where everything can happen, but if we are united Europe, where we can depend on each other, where other neighbors and friends will help and resist us, then we have the greater chance not to repeat the sad history of the last 100 years. That was the only reason why I got into politics, because basically I'm a lazy man, and I would much more prefer not to work at all, enjoy my life, and go stalking, shooting, and amuse myself. But the experience of my childhood forced me to do what I did. So never forget. Therefore, I'm such a defendant of United Europe. I'm not what the Czechs call a here. I see the difficulties and the problems of United Europe too. But it's more resilient, it's more resistant to new accidents of history and against new waves of stupidity, which always can happen. It's an illness which always breaks out in human race. So therefore, it's no merit what I did. It's just I was forced by the fates to do it. But in spite of that, thank you very much, and it's a beautiful thing, and I'm pleasantly surprised. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your great speeches. Thank you for the great atmosphere that we created here in the Liechtenstein Palace. Now it's my pleasure to say that the official program, let's say, it's over. And now we have the very last part of today's program, which is the reception, where we can discuss more, where we can enjoy more informal conversation and some great refreshments. So let me thank you again for today's program. I think that we witnessed several great discussions with great speakers, and this was the perfect end of today's program. So I think that we can give another applause to Mr. Tomáš Pojar and Karel Schwarzenberg. And now I can only tell you, enjoy the rest of the evening, enjoy the reception that is served in the coffee break area, and see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we can meet here at 8 o'clock. The official program starts at 9 with a keynote address delivered by Nasser Nureddini, Minister of Environment and Physical Planning from the North Macedonia. So thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the evening.